Chapter 1342. What do you like, what do you find, you can take it yourself. Yang Chen said to his women with a smile, and then immediately added, "The fire seed is mine, no one can grab it from me." Yang Chen's words caused the women to burst into laughter. Sometimes their own husband could always make them laugh. In cultivation, there were not many opportunities to laugh happily. Of course, this was a joke. Who would compete with Yang Chen? Even if they wanted to grab the fire seed, they had to have that ability, right? A 7th grade fire seed was not something that anyone could get their hands on. Not to mention others, Yang Chen's master Gao Yu was still waiting for the fire tribulation before collecting the Purple Heart Profound Fire. That was a 6th grade fire seed. Tao Junkie, who was also a fire cultivator, her life source fire seed was only a 6th grade fire seed. She did not even dare to touch the 7th grade fire seed. Except for Yang Chen, it was estimated that no one in the entire Langyuel dared to touch the 7th grade fire seed casually. The reason why the second danger zone was a danger zone was that the 2 dragon scales still carried a little 7th grade fire seed spirit devouring dragon fire. If it weren't for Yang Chen, it was estimated that it would still be a danger zone. Even if it was Yang Chen, he also relied on the merit chapter and consumed a lot of merit to protect his body. Otherwise, he would have already died in the weak water under the Langya crystal ship. How could he have such a comfortable life now? There was another reason for the women's happiness. That was, there were many good things in the secret pavilion left by this ancient sect. It was a lot of wealth for everyone. Although their husband could already be said to be the richest in the world, no one would complain about having too many good things, right? What's more, this was the reward of this treasure hunting game. Not to mention anything else, just this process was worth everyone's happiness. Another point was that everyone had been together these days, and there seemed to be a layer of familiarity between the wives and concubines. There was a feeling of an older sister and younger sister family. They were all cultivators, so they didn't have to be jealous and fight for favor. Now that they had a chance to share the spoils together, their relationship would become more and more harmonious in the future. The secret chamber of the Antiquity sect was completely different from the secret chamber of Chunyang Palace. The items in the secret chamber of Chunyang Palace were randomly scattered throughout the area. After entering, disciples could find suitable items based on their own opportunities and choices. However, everything in this secret pavilion was concentrated in a large palace. Yang Chen's family stood 1,000 feet away from the palace. They looked at the palace that was obviously filled with many things from afar, but they couldn't take a step forward. There was no other reason. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, everything was burning with flames. Looking at the burning cyan flame and feeling the pure fire aura, Yang Chen's heart finally confirmed that Li Qing was not wrong. There was indeed a pure true fire here. He didn't know how Li Qing knew that there would be pure true fire here. Perhaps there were records about this ancient sect in their family's ancient records, and they knew that their sect had pure true fire. It didn't matter what the real reason was. What was important was that there was pure true fire here, and it was right in front of Yang Chen. The huge palace had a radius of a mile, and the surrounding 1,000 feet was covered with pure true fire. Not to mention others, even Yang Chen could only stand obediently outside the circle of flames, not daring to take a step forward. Before the pure true fire was taken care of, it was impossible to go around it even if one flew into the sky. If one tried to force his way through, there would only be one outcome, and that was to be burned into a dried corpse by the pure true fire. That's right, it would be burned into a dried corpse, not burnt into charcoal. This was the effect of the pure true fire, a level 7 ding fire. No matter how heaven-defying the merit scripture was, the amount of merit that Yang Chen could use at one time was limited. With the merit scripture, he could protect a part of his body against the spirit-devouring dragon fire, but he could not protect his whole body under this level of pure true fire. "Husband, what should I do?" Sun Qingxue shook Yang Chen's arm, pouted and asked pitifully. Among the wives and concubines, only Sun Qingxue and Shi Wuxuang would make this kind of coquettish action in front of Yang Chen. Of course, when Sun Qingxue was there, Shi Wuxuang was also very well behaved. I'll think of a way. Yang Chen sighed. It was really a man's plan, who knew that he would encounter such a thing. Before, he was still happy about the pure true fire, but immediately he was troubled by too many flames. Let's work. First, he let the expectant women back a little. Yang Chen took out the profound spirit furnace and was close to the pure true fire. At the same time, he sent a consciousness to the dragon spirit, indicating that he should absorb the pure true fire. As the spirit of the profound spirit furnace, the dragon spirit certainly understood that the more fire seeds his body absorbed, the higher the grade, especially the advanced fire seeds, the more the better. At this moment, without Yang Chen saying anything more, he immediately began to work and carefully absorbed the pure true fire. Don't look at the dragon spirit's predecessor as a fire dragon, a master of playing with fire, but in the face of this 7th grade pure true fire, it was also cautious. This was not his own true life fire. If it was not good, the spirit body would be greatly damaged. Especially this level of fire seed, if he encountered it, he would be seriously injured. Fortunately, the profound spirit furnace replaced the original body. Although it was not a dragon body, after all, some dragon scales were refined in it. It was tens of thousands of times better than his original spirit body state. There would never be a situation where the true life fire would backfire on itself. Yang Chen was next to him, nervously staring at the profound spirit furnace absorbing the pure true fire, and was ready to help. After observing for a while, Yang Chen also began to feel relieved. The dragon spirit was the dragon spirit. Even if it was only a spirit body, the ability to control the flame was no worse than that of a person with the memory of a great principal golden immortal. How to remove so much pure true fire was a matter to think about later. First, he would leave the fire seed and improve the profound spirit furnace. This was the main purpose of coming to Lang Yuel. He couldn't forget this just because he saw a hall full of things. The same was true for cultivation. The most taboo was to neglect the essentials and pursue the details. Yang Chen certainly would not make this mistake. None of the women interfered with Yang Chen at this time. They all understood Yang Chen's importance to the fire seed. Although no one knew the existence of the Yin-Yang heaven-burning fire, they all saw the pursuit of the fire seed that Yang Chen had always shown in their eyes. Especially for this kind of pure true fire in front of him, he had been named to buy it in several heavyweight transactions, and the degree of importance could be imagined. Even Sun Qingxue, who liked to act coquettishly in front of Yang Chen, was also obediently guarding the back, and did not say a word, for fear of disturbing Yang Chen. The profound spirit furnace has been able to spontaneously absorb the fire seed. Yang Chen was relieved, and began to think about how to remove such a large range of pure true fire. Since he came here, he couldn't just look at the good things in the palace and then turn around and leave, right? Chapter 1343. Absorb it all with the profound spirit furnace? This was not realistic. The profound spirit furnace only needed to have a fire seed. It was not necessary and could not absorb it all. So, after absorbing enough fire seeds, the profound spirit furnace would be taken back. What method would be used to solve these pure true fire? To be exact, it was not necessary to completely clear all the flames. As long as a way could be cleared, it could meet the needs of the women and enter the palace to choose things. Perhaps it was a bit too polite to say that it was a bit too polite to use a package to better express the mood of the women. But in the face of so much pure true fire, if Yang Chen really let it go, Yang Chen would not be reconciled. This was a 7th grade flame, right in front of his own eyes, living only to collect a little fire seed to open away, and then turn around and leave? That was not Yang Chen's style. To talk about value, This fire seed was estimated to be able to top all the things in the palace added up. Yang Chun has always pursued the idea of not taking the heaven's gift. Such a large piece of pure and true fire was in front of him. This was not a gift from heaven. What was it? It was against the heaven's will. It could not be so cheap to God. The easiest way to clear away was to extinguish the fire. The problem was, such a precious seventh-grade flame, how much of a pity would it be to destroy it? In any case, Yang Chun would not use this method of recklessly wasting natural resources. Since the fire could not be extinguished, he had to think of a way from another aspect. Yang Chen's eyes began to focus on the ground under the flame, staring at it as if there were some beautiful flowers growing there. The pure and true fire could be burned all the time, and the support below was crucial. It could maintain the burning of the pure and true fire, even if he used his toes to think. He knew it was a good thing. So much pure and true fire, what was it good to use it for? Yang Chun has not yet absorbed the ability to integrate the seventh-grade fire seed into the Yin-Yang heaven-burning fire, even if he used the merit chapter. He couldn't use it himself, but others could consider it. Gao Yu was a fire cultivator, her life source fire seed was the Purple Heart Fire, and the upgraded version of the 6th-grade Purple Heart, Profound Fire, had already been obtained. Even the higher-level Purple Heart Heavenly Fire, Yang Chun was also sure to get it. She did not need to change her life source fire seed. However, Tao Junqi and Murong Yen, who were also fire elementalists, could be considered. Although Tao Junqi was born in Taishanmen and was also a talented genius disciple, her life source fire seed was not as advanced as a 7th-grade fire seed. It was only a 6th-grade fire seed. Before ascending, there was still a lot of room and opportunities for improvement. In terms of cultivation base, Yang Chun and Gao Yu are both in the Yuanying stage. For the time being, Yang Chun can only control the 6th-grade fire seed, and Gao Yu has to wait for the Deshang stage tribulation to absorb the Purple Heart Profound Fire with the power of Yin Fire Tribulation. As for the 7th-grade fire seed, Gao Yu also had to reach the peak Deshang stage. Murong Yan's cultivation was also slightly low and was not enough to control a 7th-grade fire seed. Only Tao Junqi was now at the peak of the Great Ascension stage and had the conditions to absorb a 7th-grade fire seed. Of course, for a fire cultivator, the peak Deshang stage, this was only meeting the conditions. If Tao Junqi was allowed to absorb the 7th-grade pure Yin True Fire by herself, there was more than an 80% chance that she would fail, and there was a 90% chance that she would die. There was Yang Chun, of course, he would not allow such a thing to happen. Tao Junqi was also his own woman. If there were benefits, Yang Chun would not forget his own people. What's more, if she absorbed the 7th-grade fire seed, Tao Junqi's chances of ascending would be much greater, and the speed would be faster. It was likely that she would be able to ascend before leaving the Languel. Tao Junqi had been in retreat for a few years, and Yang Chun did not wait too long for Tao Junqi to come out. During the waiting time, everyone was not idle. All of them were under the influence of the 9 nether flying swords demonic chi, and they were cultivating in this secret pavilion. Waking up from the retreat, Tao Junqi was directly shocked by the 7th-grade fire seed in front of her, and then she was even more shocked by the 5 revolutions questioning inner heart pill, plus the process of the profound spirit furnace tribulation that the other women showed off to her. She couldn't believe it. Yang Chun helped her to absorb the 7th-grade fire seed. Tao Junqi did not say anything. Even if she knew that her absorption was highly likely to fail, she did not flinch. These short years of getting along has made her thoroughly understand that her own husband, her own man, was a monster who specialized in making the impossible possible. Tao Junqi's cultivation base was high, and this retreat completely consolidated the realm of the peak Deshang stage. Under the intimate guidance of Yang Chun, Tao Junqi did not hesitate to begin the process of absorbing the 7th-grade pure Yin True Fire. The reason why it was said to be intimate was that in the process of absorption, Tao Junqi had been held in the arms of Yang Chen and pointed at close range. The main role of Yang Chen, in addition to pointing out the experience of Tao Junqi's fire control, was to be ready to use the merit method to protect Tao Junqi at any time. This was his own woman. Yang Chen would never be stingy with merits on her. This kind of fragrant and incomparable process of absorbing the fire seed, Tao Junqi had never thought about it, but even if she was in the realm of the peak Deshang stage, she could feel the warmth of being cared for so clearly, and her heart could not help but be happy. Happiness would make one's mind clear, and understanding one's mind would make one's work efficient and confident, and with confidence, the chances of success would be high. The kind of feeling that even if one step in front of her was a bottomless abyss, but in her heart she always firmly believed that when she fell to 9,999 feet, her husband would definitely hold her back, so that Tao Junqi had no worries. She fully absorbed the pure true fire according to the method of Yang Chen's guidance. In the eyes of the other women, China, Tao Junqi only used Yang Chen's 3 critical moments to save her life, and successfully transformed her life source true fire into the 7th grade pure true fire. This change alone allowed Tao Junqi's cultivation base to directly improve by at least 30%, and the level of the peak Deshang stage directly rushed to the peak. Just after consolidating her cultivation base, she had already touched the edge of the heavenly tribulation. After discovering this, Tao Junqi didn't care that she was the oldest of the women. She hugged Yang Chen and showed a rare expression of a woman's coquettish joy, which made the other women stunned. The older sister actually had such a woman's side. Finally, there was another worry. Yang Chen could finally concentrate on considering the use of these pure true fire. The power of the pure true fire was so great that it could not be used to refine a few offensive magic weapons. Ordinary people could refine a few first wood divine thunder and 10th water divine thunder, and they could be regarded as a fatal magic weapon at a critical moment. If these pure true fire were refined into 4th fire divine thunder, when it exploded, there would also be pure true fire to attack. It would definitely be a must-have weapon for home travel and murder. He believed that in the future, when those guys who didn't have eyes bullied the people around Yang Chen, they were suddenly bombarded by the 4th fire divine thunder and burned by the pure true fire, their expressions would be very good. Chapter 1344. With a direction, he was not in a hurry to start. He could not get out of the Languel in a short time. He still needed to plan his future cultivation plan. Since everyone was here, of course, he had to discuss it with his own wives and concubines. The main purpose of Yang Chen's entry into the Languel was for the pure true fire. Now that the pure true fire was in his hand, it had been properly collected in the profound spirit furnace. Not only that, the spirit-devouring dragon fire was an extra harvest, an unexpected surprise. Even his most powerful concubine Tao Junqi also turned her own life source fire into the pure true fire. It could be said that this trip to the Languel had already made several times the profit. It was full of money, and there would never be a loss. The fundamental purpose has been achieved, and there was a big profit. No matter what he did next, he didn't have to be so timid. Any little profit from the breakthrough was pure profit, and he could rest assured to cultivate here. There was another purpose in entering the Languel, which was to temporarily avoid the internal fermentation process of the Taishaman during this period of time and wait for the big pit he dug to erupt. At this time, his family was in the Languel. Even if others wanted to suspect and deal with his own family, they would have no reason to do so. Of course, Yang Chen certainly couldn't tell his wives and concubines about the latter purpose. He could only say that he wanted to use the Languel to cultivate and strive to promote the cultivation base of himself and his 4 wives to the Deshang stage. This was not a joke. For ordinary people, they might think that this was an extravagant hope. How could the Deshang stage be achieved if they wanted to? But there was no problem at all for the 4 wives of Yang Chen. No matter which one was taken out, they were rare cultivation geniuses. It was only a matter of course for them to enter the Deshang stage. Gong Sunling was about to enter the peak Yuanying stage. At most, in a few decades, she would be able to cross the tribulation to the Deshang stage. The others were also in the late Yuanying stage. The worst of them was Yang Chen, who was still in the middle Yuanying stage. In the eyes of others, his cultivation base was worse than his own woman. If it wasn't for the foundation in alchemy, he was purely a model of a woman. We don't have to do anything else. A Yu, a Ling, Shanshan and Little Shui will do their best to improve their cultivation. We don't have anything else, but we have enough 5 revolutions questioning inner heart pills. Yang Chen told her his plan. Of course, he used a negotiating tone. Junkie will be responsible for getting rid of the pure Yin True Fire. Anyway, your natal fire seed is the pure Yin True Fire, so you don't have to be afraid of harm. Wushuang and Murong, you two are responsible for taking turns to go out and gain experience. Anyway, there will always be people who want to take advantage of our family. Let them be your whetstones. Those fellows outside who couldn't enter the danger zone would definitely not give up. When everyone came in, they noticed that those people were secretly watching them. At that time, Yang Chen was focused on searching for the pure Yin True Fire, and was too lazy to care about them. Now Yang Chen obviously let Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters find those people to gain experience. They had long been holding back their anger, so naturally they would not refuse. You don't have to kill too much. There are still decades and hundreds of years. If there is no opponent, it will not be fun. Yang Chen saw that Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters were ready to go out and have fun, and he couldn't help but remind them. The women were all smart people. They immediately understood the meaning of Yang Chen and nodded. No one said much and went out of the danger zone in high spirit. Gong Sunling had already told everyone the way to get in and out. As long as the battle outside had not been broken, others would not have a chance to come in. Well, there is no one here to disturb you. You can cultivate as much as you want. I and Junkie will find a way to get rid of these pure Yin True Fire. Watching the 6 women out of the danger zone, Yang Chen silently mourned for the guys who didn't have eyes outside. Then he turned back to his wives and concubines in front of him, and said with a smile, "Husband, can you refine some high-grade inner sensing pills?" The 4 wives haven't spoken yet, but Tao Junkie, the beautiful concubine over there, opened her mouth first. In fact, Tao Junkie's question was purely superfluous. Yang Chen could even refine the questioning inner heart pill at the 5th grade. The inner sensing pill was really not enough. If Yang Chen was willing, it was not difficult to rush to the 6th grade refining with the help of the profound spirit furnace. He just didn't want to be so shocking. Of course. Yang Chen was a little stunned and immediately understood Tao Junkie's meaning. The 2nd grade inner sensing pill was of great benefit to the peak Jidan stage's breakthrough to the Yuanying stage, but it had no effect on the masters of the Deshang stage. However, if the 2nd grade inner sensing pill was useless, the 5th grade inner sensing pill would be completely different. However, while thinking about Tao Junkie's intention, Yang Chen couldn't help but worry about another problem. The 2nd grade inner sensing pill was enough to expand the human body's senses by dozens of times and hundreds of times. What kind of terrifying effect would the 5th grade inner sensing pill have? Not to mention the interference of the outside world, just the sound of heartbeat and breathing was enough to make people suffer unspeakable harm. He was afraid that even the friction between the clothes and the skin could become a terrifying torture. Such a medicinal pill, even if he could refine it himself, could he be willing to use it on his beautiful concubine? When he told this concern to Tao Junkie, what Yang Chen didn't expect was that Tao Junkie just smiled slightly and said, "Husband, I know that you are worried about the body of this concubine, but this concubine knows that because of the deviation of the previous cultivation, there must still be some hidden injuries in the body. Now if you don't take the opportunity to solve it, It will be a big trouble when you cross the tribulation and ascend. Before, Tao Junkie did have a wrong direction of cultivation for a period of time, which led to a slow breakthrough. Later, under the guidance of Senior Lu Fengzi, she found the right direction again. The hidden injuries were not just words, there was a great possibility that they were real. And the only thing that could understand the hidden injuries in the body seemed to be the inner sensing pill at present. So, let's try the 3rd grade inner sensing pill first. If it doesn't work, then the 4th grade. Yang Chen didn't want to see the people around him in danger, even if it was the medicinal pill that he personally refined. It was also because of his own refining that Yang Chen knew more than anyone else that it was powerful, so he came up with such a step-by-step method. If there was really no effect at that time, he was afraid that he could only try the 5th grade inner sensing pill. When Tao Junkie and Yang Chen said this, even Gao Yu and the others were interested. They had tried the 2nd grade inner sensing pill. Although they did not use the effect of the inner sensing pill when they ascended from the Zhedan to the Yuanying stage, this did not prevent them from sensing their own blood after forming their Yuanying stage. Now that Yang Chen wanted to refine a higher grade inner sensing pill, they had to try it. This time, the inner sensing pill was something that Yang Chen didn't want to refine. His wives and concubines all wanted it. Yang Chen didn't say anything and immediately opened the furnace. Chapter 1345. With Yang Chen's current level of alchemy, coupled with the strength of the profound spirit furnace, refining a furnace of 3 grade inner sensing pills was just a matter of grasping it. In the past, it took 2 years to refine a furnace of 2nd grade inner sensing pills, but now it was only half a year, and it was still the 3rd grade. However, Yang Chen did not stop at the 3rd grade, but collected a part of the 3rd grade inner sensing pills, and then continued to refine the 4th grade. After collecting a part of the 4th grade inner sensing pills, the last remaining part was used for the 5th grade refining. During the refining process, the inner sensing pills that came out of the furnace had 3, 4, and 5 grades. It was enough for a few people in his own family to use. When all the medicinal pills were refined, it would take almost 2 years. However, the inner sensing pills had been upgraded from the 2nd grade to the 5th grade, a full upgrade of 3 grades. Looking at the medicinal pills in front of him, Yang Chen suddenly had a hunch that these medicinal pills were not estimated to be so easy to enjoy. The 2nd grade inner sensing pill could improve people's senses. What was the concept of the 3rd grade? Not to mention the 5th grade. Even if this medicinal pill had been taken out, he couldn't let Tao Junkie eat it first. After thinking about it, Yang Chen could only grit his teeth. He picked up a 3rd grade inner sensing pill and put it in his mouth. At the same time, he arranged a restriction around him, isolating all the sounds. Boom, with a heat flow from Yang Chen's mouth straight into his internal organs, everything he saw in front of him suddenly became extremely dazzling. Yang Chen understood that this was the first improvement of his vision, and then he heard the terrifying sound of thunder. The rhythmic heartbeat was even more unbearable than the sound of thunder. The loud rumbling in his ears had completely suppressed the sound of blood flowing through his veins, which was already very uncomfortable. His mind felt like it was about to explode. As Yang Chen expected at the beginning, the friction between his clothes and his skin seemed to have become a torture. Even in the blood vessels, it seemed that what flowed was not blood, but a small knife. His body from the inside to the outside had a feeling of being cut by thousands of knives. The sudden pain caused Yang Chen's muscles to tighten, and then a new series of pain followed. The senses that had been magnified by a few hundred times was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Even someone as powerful as Yang Chen couldn't help but groan in pain. The all-encompassing pain almost caused Yang Chen to faint. How could he have the time to check the circulation of his qi and blood? Being able to guard his mind was already the limit of Yang Chen's ability to endure pain. He didn't even need to think about paying attention to anything else. Yang Chen was not a person who was willing to wallow in pain and not think of any solutions. At this time, his powerful divine sense was useless, and his superior spiritual power was useless. It seemed that he could only resist it head-on. However, the violent trembling of his muscles gave Yang Chen a flash of inspiration amidst the intense pain. A thought flashed through his mind, and the pain in his body suddenly disappeared. After a while, the medicinal effect of the 3 grades inner sensing pill had passed, and it would no longer affect Yang Chen. His normal senses were restored, and naturally, there was no pain. All the women were around, watching Yang Chen do all this. The painful look on his face was not hidden from the women. When Yang Chen calmed down, everyone immediately surrounded him and asked with concern. The medicinal effect of the 3 grades inner sensing pill is too strong, you can't afford it. Yang Chen sighed slightly and said to the women, I will find a way to reduce the medicinal effect. Listening to Yang Chen's words, Gao Yugong, Sun Ling and Sun Qingxue didn't say anything, but Shi Shanshan and Tao Junqi's eyes were full of unwillingness to admit defeat. Both women were very stubborn women. Even if they became Yang Chen's wives and concubines, Yang Chen's words still made the 2 women very unconvinced. Husband, I want to try it. Husband, I also want to. The 2 women said this request one after another, so that Yang Chen didn't know what to do. If he gave it to them, knowing that it was that kind of pain, Yang Chen would also be distressed. If he didn't give it to them, the 2 women were so stubborn. Sister Shanshan, don't make it difficult for your husband. Sun Qingxue was also a very perceptive person. Seeing that Yang Chen was a little hesitant, she immediately grabbed Shi Shanshan's sleeves and began to act coquettishly. Gao Yu also shook her head slightly at Tao Junqi, indicating that she should not embarrass her husband. Yang Chen was not a stingy person, especially for his own women. No matter how precious things were, he would treat them as if they were nothing. Not to mention a mere 3 grades inner sensing pill, even if it was a 5 grades questioning inner heart pill, he would give it without hesitation. He did this. Obviously, the medicinal effect of the 3 grades inner sensing pill was indeed very unusual. Looking at the performance of several women, Yang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was just being kind, but it was a bit misunderstood by Shi Shanshan and Tao Junqi. In his previous life, the 2 women were the kind of high and mighty characters, but because he had been with them for too long in this life, he had forgotten their future glory. After understanding this, Yang Chen no longer hesitated. Each person gave a 3 grades inner sensing pill, but he still couldn't help but warn the 2 women to be careful, and at the same time, he didn't forget to encourage the 2 women. Like Yang Chen, the 2 women quickly arranged a restriction around them and calmly took the medicinal pill in their hands. Yang Chen was carefully watching the 2 women, planning to intervene as soon as something was wrong. However, he immediately realized that he was making a fuss. The medicinal effect of the inner sensing pill was only a dozen breaths of time. He didn't need to do anything at all, the medicinal effect would pass. As soon as the 3 grades inner sensing pill was taken, the faces of Shi Shanshan and Tao Junqi immediately showed a painful look. The 2 beautiful faces twisted in pain and looked very strange. In just a breath of time, the 2 women were sweating profusely. 4 people with their cultivation base, this was simply impossible. Cheering for the 2 women in his heart, Yang Chen silently counted the time, 1 breath, 2 breaths, 9 breaths, 10 breaths. Just counting to the 10th breath, Tao Junqi on the right side snorted, and the sound she made caused more severe pain. Her body was soft, and she completely lost consciousness. Shi Shanshan clenched her teeth and supported it, but it was only 2 breaths longer than Tao Junqi, and she could no longer support it. The pain directly exceeded the limit of endurance, and she also lost consciousness. This was the self-protection mechanism of the human body. Yang Chen waited silently for a dozen breaths, and after confirming that the medicinal effect had completely passed, he broke the restriction and woke up the 2 women. At the same time, He did not forget to fill the mouths of the two women with a big mouthful of ginseng liquid that was more than 2,000 years old. Except for Yang Chen, no one expected such a result. Gao Yugong, Sun Ling, and Sun Qingxue only thought that Shi Shanshan and Tao Junqi would not be able to bear it and would not take another one, but they did not expect that they would directly faint. The medicinal effect of this 3 grades inner sensing pill was simply fatal. Chapter 1346. Shi Shanshan and Tao Junqi were not in a coma for a long time, and soon they woke up, and then immediately remembered the previous things. They swallowed the ginseng liquid in their mouths, knowing that this was given to them by their husband to nourish their bodies. At the same time, their hearts were filled with tenderness, but they were also a little surprised by their respective stubbornness. Especially when Shi Shanshan found herself lying in her husband's arms, she was even more impatient. Her previous stubbornness was as ridiculous as a farce at the moment. How could this be? Husband. As the big sister, it was naturally the most appropriate for her to come forward at this time, and it could also alleviate the embarrassment of the two women. The medicinal effect is too strong, it is stronger than being cut by 1,000 knives. Yang Chen shook his head slightly, but immediately went on to say, however, although it is not very helpful for understanding the qi and blood for the time being, it is a supreme product for tempering the will. Shanshan and Junqi, you are really amazing. Husband thought that you couldn't bear it and waited for you to ask for help. As a result, you held on and fainted without crying out in pain. You really deserve to be my Yang Chen's women. Yang Chen's words made the eyes of Shi Shanshan and Tao Junqi light up. Among the people, only Yang Chen and the two of them had tasted the taste of the 3 grades inner sensing pill, and naturally understood it more deeply than others. With Yang Chen's statement, their previous stubbornness did not seem so embarrassing, and it turned into courage. However, to be honest, Yang Chen's words were very reasonable. That degree of pain, if they could really bear it, it was indeed a great tempering of the will. This thing has nothing to do with the cultivation base and spiritual awareness. It only depends on the strength of their heart. After this experience, it seemed that they felt that their spirit was a little sublimated. Of course, the two women now really admired Yang Chen. That degree of pain, Yang Chen actually just showed a painful expression on his face from beginning to end. That was not what people could bear, and their husband was able to bear it. When it came to tempering the will, all the women began to be interested. Although Yang Chen's 9 nether flying sword could temper one's state of mind, it was a different kind of tempering. It was different from the current one. This one was completely training his endurance and ability to endure pain. If he could persevere under this kind of pain and keep his mind focused, he believed that even if he suffered a great injury in combat, he wouldn't immediately panic and fail. Speaking of which, it was another way to save his life. As a result, the high-grade inner sensing pills that Yang Chen intended to seal up were now taken by the women to hone themselves. Yang Chen didn't stop her. It wasn't that he didn't care about his woman, but sometimes it was better to suffer in such a controlled situation than to endure it in actual combat without training. Of course, Yang Chen had his own plans. In the process of enduring the 3-grade inner sensing pill, Yang Chen suddenly discovered that it seemed that as long as his body was strong enough, he could endure more of this pain. In turn, this degree of pain was more conducive to tempering his own body. Yang Chen has now cultivated the yellow turban strongman body refining technique to the early stage of overturning the sea strength. Basically, Yang Chen has felt that it is impossible to go further in the mortal world. The effect of the 3-grade inner sensing pill made him think of another way, using the pain caused by the inner sensing pill to temper the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. The strength of the muscles, the strength of the bones, the strength of the fascia, plus the strength of the will, or the ability of the nervous system to withstand pain. In the previous cultivation, the external muscles, bones, and fascia were strong enough, but the internal nervous system was still relatively weak. The 3-grade inner sensing pill seemed to be able to make up for this shortcoming. According to the normal cultivation, the yellow turban strongman body refining technique could only be started when the cultivator reached the immortal world. Because the body has been transformed by the heavenly tribulation, it was incomparably powerful. Of course, the effect of the transformation of the body refining technique would be thousands of times more difficult. Even if it reached the realm of overturning the sea strength, it would take at least 1,000 years or even longer to reach the point where the internal nervous system would be tempered, and then a little bit from the outside to the inside would slowly become stronger. However, the 3 grades of inner sensing pill completely omitted this step and directly acted on the nerves, enhancing their own senses by thousands of times, artificially creating this ubiquitous severe pain. Was there a more suitable way to quench it? Thinking of Yang Chen doing it, he immediately put a 3-grade inner sensing pill in his mouth, arranged the restriction and launched the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. After swallowing the medicinal pill, the body began to fall into pain again. The incomparably powerful physical body became more and more obvious, madly resisting this boundless pain from the inside. As soon as the body refining technique was launched, Yang Chen noticed that the ability to withstand pain had greatly improved. Although it was still extremely painful, it was not to the point of being unable to support it. It seemed that the 3-grade inner sensing pill was not very effective. Next, after Yang Chen supported the efficacy of a 3-grade inner sensing pill, he immediately replaced it with a 4-grade inner sensing pill. The efficacy of the 4-grade inner sensing pill was 10 times stronger. If he was not cultivating the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, it would definitely make Yang Chen want to die, like Shi Shanshan and Tao Junkie. The 4-grade inner sensing pill, Yang Chen only took a while to get used to it. After eating all the 4-grade inner sensing pills that were refined, Yang Chen began to swallow the 5-grade inner sensing pill. The 5-grade inner sensing pill finally made Yang Chen have the feeling of reaching the limit. After relying on the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, Yang Chen felt that the efficacy of this inner sensing pill was too short. He had just experienced it and it had already passed. If he wanted to continue his cultivation, taking it would be interrupted, and if he only used one, he always felt a little unsatisfied. For the first time, Yang Chen moved the idea of modifying the pill recipe, and then this idea appeared out of control and became more and more intense. However, there were 2 main directions that the inner sensing pill wanted to modify. One was to maintain the original role, to explore the flow of blood in the body. The reason why the 3-grade inner sensing pill couldn't explore the flow of blood was because it was too painful after the senses were magnified, and it was impossible to concentrate on the flow of blood. In fact, apart from exploring the blood, any other feeling, including visual and auditory pain, was just a side effect, and it was meaningless at all. If these side effects could be shielded, then the inner sensing pill would still have a lot of auxiliary effect on the cultivation. Speaking of it, the inner sensing pill was obtained from the monster race, and the medicinal pills of the monster race were still rough. Of course, if these side effects were shielded, the time could be longer, naturally it would be better, and that would be a really good medicinal pill. Chapter 1347. This direction was to display the original effect of the inner sensing pill and remove the side effects. The other direction was to maintain the side effects, but the time was long, to meet the needs of long-term cultivation. Speaking of it, the first modification should not be too difficult. There were many ways to shield the external feeling. Some medicinal materials with anesthetic effects could be added. Of course, what to add and how much to use still needed further evidence and experiments from Yang Chen. On the contrary, it would be difficult to extend the time. Yang Chen was planning to carefully analyze which medicinal materials in the inner sensing pill were used to control the time of the medicinal effect. Suddenly, he found that the surrounding situation was different. He looked up and saw that all his wives and concubines were around him. Several pairs of beautiful eyes were staring at him without blinking, and there was a burst of strange light in their eyes. Yang Chen subconsciously thought that there was something wrong with his body. After looking down for a while, he found that there was nothing. Looking up at his own women, he was puzzled. "Husband, did you just take the 5th grade inner sensing pill?" Sun Qingshue's question interrupted Yang Chen's speculation. The little girl's eyes were full of admiration, and she stared at Yang Chen as if she was staring at a great hero. There was nothing to hide from his wife. Yang Chen nodded and admitted Sun Qingshue's guess. He nodded, and all the women around him let out an inconceivable "ah." In the process of Yang Chen's continuous swallowing of medicinal pills, the women had already experienced the power of the 3rd grade inner sensing pill. Without exception, all of them fainted. Even Shi Shanshan and Tao Junqi, who swallowed it for the 2nd time, were no exception. This time, because Yang Chen was addicted to cultivation, he didn't take care of them. All the women slowly woke up after the effect of the medicine had passed for a long time. Recalling the pain he had just experienced, it was as if he had gone to hell. Then they immediately discovered that Yang Chen was eating the inner sensing pill one after another. From the dragon-shaped pill pattern on it, Yang Chen was eating the 4th grade inner sensing pill. After a while, the medicinal pill became the 5th grade inner sensing pill. The women who discovered this scene were almost stunned. The 3-grade inner sensing pills were already unbearable for them. They couldn't even hold on for more than 10 breaths. They all fainted. But their husband didn't feel it. He ate so much, and it was still a higher grade inner sensing pill. The pain was 10 times more than 100 times. Was his body made of iron? Gao Yu, Gong Sunling and the others have already seen Yang Chen's power, but Tao Junqi and the others have not fully experienced it yet. After this, the girls once again got to know their own husband. It seemed that this husband of hers was not just a simple 5th-grade alchemist. The impression that Yang Chen gave his concubines had always been that he was knowledgeable, outstanding in alchemy, and calm in the face of trouble. But now, he had to add that he could endure what ordinary people couldn't. It was just that they hadn't had the chance to see Yang Chen's true battle prowess, so they didn't know what Yang Chen's combat prowess was like. However, since he could retreat from the demon continent, he would not be worse than Gao Yu and the others. When the women calmed down, Yang Chen told the women about his idea of changing the pill recipe of the inner sensing pill. For this, the women were naturally in favor of it and strongly supported it. Tao Junqi took care of the task of cleaning up the pure true fire. In fact, up until now, she had already successfully opened up a path that was half a foot wide. In a few more years, even if the pure true fire could not completely clear the place, everyone would still be able to use this path to enter the main hall. After referring to a lot of pharmacological common sense, Yang Chen also absorbed a lot of experience from the elderly Lord Pill scripture, Yundan scripture, and the refining experience of those predecessors, and began to modify the pill recipe of the inner sensing pill. On the basis of the original pill recipe, Yang Chen added 1,000-year-old datura and several kinds of neutralizing auxiliary herbs. After several experiments, the timing and heat of adding were determined. Soon, in less than 2 months, a modified 2nd-grade inner sensing pill was easily produced. Of course, it was Yang Chen himself who tested the efficacy of the medicinal pill. He would not let his women suffer. After taking this brand-new inner sensing pill, Yang Chen slowly realized the changes in the efficacy. As Yang Chen expected, after adding the datura with anesthetic ingredients, the external senses and pain were greatly reduced, but the original effect of exploring the blood and qi was not lost, and Yang Chen could still feel it clearly. It could be said that this experiment had basically been successful. If there was a flaw, it was that the dose of datura was still a little small, and there was still a little abnormal feeling. Yang Chen's ideal effect was to be able to maintain the normal senses, not to be completely anesthetized, and not to have more than ordinary pain. That was perfect. Of course, an ideal was an ideal. In reality, there could be no perfect medicinal pill. At the same time, everyone's tolerance was also different. Some people only need a little datura to be anesthetized, but some people need a large dose, and so on. It was impossible to perfectly satisfy everyone. After slightly adjusting the dosage and adding almost 5 points of datura, Yang Chen began the official refining. This time, Yang Chen went directly to the 3rd grade and 4th grade refining. For his own wives and concubines, the 3rd and 4th grade refining was already fully able to meet their requirements, and the 5th grade refining was not necessary at all. The 5th grade inner sensing pill, even if they found that there was something wrong with the circulation of blood and qi, with their current realm, it was impossible to adjust it. It required at least the cultivation base of the human immortal 5th grade to reach the level of refinement. In a blink of an eye, another year passed, and Yang Chen finally completed the refining of the 4th grade inner sensing pill. This kind of brand new inner sensing pill with anesthetic ingredients, Yang Chen gave it a new name, Qi and Blood Pill. The main function was to explore the circulation of blood and qi in the body. His wives and concubines were all there, even the Murong sisters and Shi Wushuang, who should have taken turns to practice outside, were all there. The time was just right. After Yang Chen took out the qi and blood pill and distributed it to the women, the 3rd grade qi and blood pill was immediately taken by the anxious women. Their own husband had personally tested the medicinal pill, and no one was worried. Everyone wanted to know how effective their husbands' improved pills were. Without the enhancement of the external senses, without the stimulation of pain, and wholeheartedly paying attention to the situation of the circulation of blood and qi, the women could finally thoroughly understand the situation of the circulation of blood and qi in their bodies. Soon, Sun Qingxue, who had the highest cultivation base among the 4 wives, had changed. After discovering some small flaws in the circulation of blood and qi in her body, Gong Sunling corrected these flaws with the fastest speed. The effect was immediate, and Gong Suanling's cultivation base had a small improvement in an instant. Chapter 1348. Gong Suanling's cultivation base was already at the peak yuanying stage. For hundreds of years, she has been tempering the mountain river geographical map according to Li Cheng's instructions, and her spiritual power was pure. Now, after the conditioning of this 3-grade qi and blood pill, she was on the verge of crossing her tribulation. Between breaths, it seemed that she could trigger the Yin fire tribulation at any time. Yang Chen did not let Gong Sunling hit the Yin fire tribulation immediately. Sometimes, the more solid the foundation, the easier the cultivation after crossing the tribulation. This could be seen from the old tree demon Gui Shanyu. The old tree demon was not a particularly talented genius, but he forcibly suppressed more than a dozen heavenly tribulations. After successfully crossing the tribulation, the strength of his cultivation base made the world look at him. Even if it was only the early Deshang stage, it was enough to compete with other masters in the middle and late Deshang stage. Gong Sunling, according to the method taught by Yang Chen, forcibly suppressed the Yin fire tribulation and continued to cultivate. This was the method summed up by the old tree demon. After a small improvement by Yang Chen, it was successfully used on Gong Sunling. Speaking of it, this method could only be used before the Yin fire tribulation. If it could be further applied to the wind tribulation, it would definitely cause the world to go crazy. The great elders of the major sects did not need to hide in the demon seal formation, it was enough to use this method. Gong Sunling was the fastest to see the effect, and soon the effects of the women's medicine also appeared. Everyone more or less discovered the flaws in their own blood circulation, and after correcting them, their cultivation base had improved. However, when used on a few Deshang stage concubines, the effect was not so obvious. Obviously, the 3-grade qi and blood pill was not enough to have much impact on the masters of the Deshang stage. Of course, Yang Chen would not be stingy with the 4-grade qi and blood pill, and a few medicinal pills were distributed to Tao Junki, Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters. In front of Yang Chen, the women once again took the qi and blood pill. This time, the significant effect finally appeared. Tao Junkie didn't seem to expect that she had already reached the peak Deshang stage, and the blood in her body would still have such subtle deviations. After correcting them one by one, he felt an indescribable sense of comfort throughout his body. His spiritual power, which was already very smooth in the past, seemed to have become more and more perfect. In the end, there was only one feeling left: freedom. The changes of the Murong sisters were relatively more obvious. They were originally at the peak of the early Deshang stage. Within a short month, they directly broke through the bottleneck of the early Deshang stage and entered the ranks of the middle Deshang stage. Shi Wushuang's change was not as direct as a direct breakthrough, but the realm of the early Deshang stage has been thoroughly consolidated. The hidden injuries accumulated for hundreds of years of cultivation were gone, and the future cultivation would be smooth. Looking at the changes in the women, Yang Chun finally felt relieved. The vitality pill was a success in the end. Strictly speaking, this was the first time Yang Chun had changed a ready-made elixir recipe after his rebirth. Completely improving a type of elixir, according to his own understanding of pharmacology, could be said to be the embodiment of Yang Chen's true alchemy level. Yang Chen himself also benefited from the 3 revolutions qi and blood pill. It had to be said that the appearance of the vitality pill was too timely. Yang Chen cultivated the yellow turban strongman body refining technique to temper his body, and it was inevitable that his body would be damaged in the process of cultivation. This time, almost all the extremely subtle hidden injuries in the past were found and adjusted one by one. Just this small adjustment of the hidden injuries strengthened the effect of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique by at least 10%. Although it did not bring about the improvement of the realm, it also made Yang Chen's body more and more powerful. Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, Shi Shanshan, and Sun Qingxue have been accustomed to this natural process of improvement when cultivating with Yang Chen, and they only feel that it is a matter of course. But Tao Junkie, Shi Wushuang, and the Murong sisters felt it so deeply for the first time. There were many outstanding cultivators in cultivation, which was deeply understood by all cultivators. No matter how right the direction was, there would always be more or less problems. If it was light, it would be a waste of time, and if it was heavy, it would affect their cultivation and even injure them. But following Yang Chen, it seemed that all the previous common sense had been subverted, and cultivation had become a natural thing. The 7 girls almost experienced this kind of smoothness for the first time. Yang Chen now did not care about the feelings of the women. He had already begun to study the second change of the inner sensing pill. Lengthening the time of the medicinal effect was used to cultivate the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, and at the same time to hone the will. This change was obviously not so easy. It took Yang Chen 3 years to carefully analyze the various medicinal materials and refining techniques of the inner sensing pill, and Yang Chen found a little clue from it. The change of medicinal materials was not important, the important thing was the refining technique. Just like the qi-seeking pill in the past, it was because of the unique technique that brought out the medicinal effect. If he wanted to lengthen the time of the inner sensing pill, he had to change some techniques in the refining process. When it came to alchemy techniques, it was estimated that there was no more powerful technique in this world than the technique passed down by the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. There was no pill recipe or pharmacology in the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord pill scripture. Almost the entire pill scripture was about the refining technique. In 3 years, Yang Chen thought hard about dozens of techniques and finally determined 3. Each of the 3 techniques has its own advantages, and the effect may be slightly different, but the specific effect still needed to be practical. After thinking about it, Yang Chen began to work. 3 improved inner sensing pills were produced in succession. Each time it was the simplest first-grade refining, but each time it was the second-grade medicinal pill that had been improved by the profound spirit furnace. 3 kinds of inner sensing pills. Yang Chun took them one by one. The second-grade inner sensing pill, for Yang Chun, had almost no pain. He just felt the time of the medicinal effect. The Grand Supreme Elderly Lord Pill Scripture was worthy of being the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord Pill Scripture. All 3 techniques had achieved the purpose of increasing the medicinal effect, but each had its advantages and disadvantages in the length of time. At the same time, it would more or less affect the multiplier of sensory enhancement. Yang Chun did not directly choose the one with the longest time, but compromised and took the middle method. The second longest increase in time, but the sensory enhancement was slightly weaker than the inner sensing pill. The reason why he chose this one was that, after the third-grade refining, he needed to let the women be able to persist for a longer time and not faint in pain. The new medicinal pill, Yang Chun asked Gao Yu to give it a new name. Heart-refining pill, as the name implies, was to temper the mind. After getting a new refining technique, Yang Chun once again opened the furnace and refined a large number of third-grade heart-refining pills. At the same time, he also produced a batch of 4th grade and 5th grade heart-refining pills. The 3rd grade was for his own wives and concubines, and the 5th grade was for Yang Chun's own use. As for the 4th grade heart-refining pill, he would either wait for the women to get used to it and increase the difficulty, or find an opportunity to sell it at a high price. Anyway, the medicinal pill refined by Yang Chun, he didn't know how many people would cry and shout. Chapter 1349. In the process of improving the elixir, Tao Junkie also opened a path in the fire field of the pure true fire, directly leading to the palace. Because Yang Chun was refining the elixir, the women did not disturb Yang Chun, nor did they go in directly, but waited for Yang Chun to finish refining. Now that the elixir was in their hands, everyone could finally happily see what good things were in the palace. Yang Chun did not know whether to laugh or cry at the women's insistence to wait for him to enter the palace together. The things inside belonged to everyone. What was the difference between looking at it first and then looking at it later? However, Yang Chun still accepted the kindness of the women and swaggered into the palace with the women. For tens of thousands of years, it was the first time that outsiders had entered the palace. The inside of the palace was very clean. There was not even a speck of dust. It seemed to be waiting for the arrival of the new master. Although it was said to be a palace, in fact, there was a huge round hall after entering the door, and there was only such a hall. Around the hall was a circle of connected jade platforms, on which were filled with a dazzling array of treasures. There were a wide variety, and it was too much for the eyes to take in. Don't look at anything else, just looking at the color and light was enough to make people excited. Yang Chun's gaze did not stare at those items, but directly fell on the surface of the jade platform. On the surface of the jade platform, there were circles of regular patterns, some were shining, some were very dim. While Yang Chun was watching, a pattern on the jade platform flashed, and then a long blade that looked good on the jade platform suddenly disappeared without a trace. In the blink of an eye, the patterns on the jade platform immediately dimmed, and on the jade platform, a round disc suddenly appeared. The attention of the women was attracted by the flashing light just now. After observing for a while, their eyes were focused on the face of Yang Chun, waiting for Yang Chun to solve everyone's doubts. This is the reason why good things appear from time to time in those places outside. Yang Chun quickly figured out the mystery and explained with a smile. The array on this jade platform is similar to the entrance of a Qiankuan bag. After the array absorbs enough spiritual power, it will be activated, things will be collected in, and then fall out from a certain place. The women suddenly understood. This Langyu well had been opened dozens of times, and every time they came in, there were good things, but it turned out to be this reason. Needless to say, the disc that suddenly appeared also fell out from another storage space. It was obvious that the storage space was in this hall. This also meant that as long as they kept the storage space, nothing else would appear in the other parts of the Langyu well. Those who still thought of getting some good things from the Languel would not be able to think of getting any good things in the future. Soon, the girls found the storage space. It was on the top of the hall, and it looked like a huge cosmos bag. This large Qiankuan bag also needed the support of spiritual power. Every time the formation below was activated, something would be taken out from the Qiankuan bag. Therefore, after the long saber disappeared, a jade plate appeared. I wonder why the sect would design something like this. Yang Chen couldn't figure out what the original sect of Languel was thinking. If there was something good, of course it would be given to the disciples of the sect. What was the meaning of hiding it and protecting it with the pure true fire? Although they couldn't figure it out, it didn't stop Yang Chen's family from putting the things away happily. This time, the Murong sisters benefited from the big universe bag. Opening the great cosmos bag required all 5 elements of spiritual energy. Among Yang Chen's family, only Yang Chen could open it alone. The others could only work together. But when it came to joining hands, who could be more comfortable than the Murong sisters? The treasures of the primordial sect had fallen into the hands of Yang Chen and his family just like that. Gao Yu and the other 3 women were used to harvesting a lot of good things when they were with Yang Chen, but it was the first time for Tao Junqi and Shi Wushuang. Even with their Deshang state of mind, they were still very happy. They had seen a lot of good things, but there were not many good things that they had personally found, especially when they got so many at once. The great cosmos bag was mainly filled with magic weapons, and each of them was a good thing that had been carefully refined by a master. Any one of them was enough to be the life source magic weapon of an ordinary master. The only pity was that these magic weapons needed to take at least 100 years to purify after getting them, in order to eliminate the aura left by the refiner. No one would complain about having too many good things, but they couldn't use them, which made the women a little dispirited. Sun Qingxue didn't even think about it. She threw herself directly into Yang Chen's arms and said coquettishly, "Husband, help us think of a way." There was no need to think about it. Yang Chen just asked the Murong sisters to hand over the magic weapons to him one by one. Then the women were surprised to find that all the aura left by the refiner disappeared without a trace in a blink of an eye. The 4 wives were okay, they were not very surprised, but the 7 concubines couldn't believe it. How could there be such a simple good thing? It must be known that the cultivators outside, which one of them didn't have to spend hundreds of years to purify it. Yang Chen actually did it casually. How many incomprehensible abilities did their husband have? Xiao Tian was actually the most satisfied one. There were so many precious magic weapons, and each one was delicious for him. Every magic weapon made him eat heartily, and he was very happy to swallow the treasure. When Yang Chen passed it, the women immediately divided it up. Of course, it was very simple for everyone to divide the things. Anyway, the magic weapons were about the same grade. Everyone sat in a circle, sat in a row, and ate the fruit. It was very fair. This time, did we take all the things in the Languel? It took more than 10 days for everyone to finish dividing the spoils. With a full Qiankuan bag, Shi Wushuang couldn't help but tease. It should be. Sun Qingxue happily put away her Qiankuan bag and then replied, "This time we can go back and exchange a lot of good things. Master will definitely be happy." Sun Qingxue's words made everyone laugh. No one would complain about having too many good things, especially magic weapons of this level. Even if they couldn't use it themselves, they could exchange it for many useful things. At the very least, they could exchange it for a lot of contribution points of the sect. Actually, not necessarily. Yang Chen suddenly chuckled and said, "I just took a small part of it. There's more?" All the women immediately perked up and looked at their husband in high spirits, waiting for his answer. There are actually a lot of good things outside. Yang Chen's eyes turned to the outside of the hall. Everyone followed Yang Chen's gaze and the burning pure true fire appeared in everyone's eyes. Thinking of the 4th fire divine thunder that Yang Chen said, everyone immediately understood what the good things that Yang Chen said were. The fourth fire, divine thunder, is just another part. Yang Chen smiled and lowered his head, looked at the ground of the hall and said, "The real good things are here." Chapter 1350. Here. Following Yang Chen's gaze, everyone also began to look at the ground. Soon, the women raised their heads and looked puzzled. Gong Sunling couldn't help but ask. Although the floor of the main hall was not bad, it was only a very neat and beautiful crystal floor. Compared with the refined jade floor tiles of the Dragon Palace, it was much worse. The women, who were used to the grand scene of the Dragon Palace, really couldn't think of these floors in front of them as good things. Could it be that these were unknown treasures? "It's not these, it's something underground." Yang Chen smiled and explained softly. His spiritual awareness had already penetrated the floor and entered the strata below, where he saw the mineral vein below. The girls were not stupid, so they immediately followed his example and used their divine sense to explore the ground. Soon, the women had the same discovery. Below the main hall where everyone was, there was a large vein of jade mine. Very close to the surface, they could find a few huge yellow jade. Although they haven't seen what it looked like, the quality should be good. These yellow jades? Gao Yu couldn't help but frown. Although the quality of these yellow jades under their feet was not low, it was not something worthy of everyone's attention. These yellow jades had another name, which was the yellow spring jade that Gao Yu mentioned. In the mortal world, not to mention cultivators, even ordinary mortals would not necessarily like it. It's the best quality yellow spring jade. Yang Chen added an attribute to describe it with a smile on his face. The difference between the ordinary yellow spring jade and the best quality yellow spring jade was not a little bit, the value could not be compared at all. It was no wonder that the women had an incredible expression. These yellow spring jade were usually not liked by people. First, it was because of the name, and second, it was because this so-called yellow jade had a very strange smell, which made people dislike it very much. No one would be happy to wear a jade pendant and have a messy smell on their body. To put it bluntly, the smell of the yellow spring jade was a bit like the smell of a decaying coffin buried in an ancient tomb for many years. The reason why the yellow spring jade got its name was also because of this smell. People thought that this was a stone that came from the Yellow Springs, so they named it Yellow Springs Jade. The Yellow Springs Jade was indeed a pile of trash in the mortal world. No one would want it even if it was given for free. No one would even be willing to use it as a building material, even if it was the best quality Yellow Springs Jade. The mortals did not like it, and the cultivators did not like it either. No matter how the Yellow Springs Jade was refined, it would always have an annoying smell that could not be removed. Moreover, the material was not suitable for refining tools, and it was not sensitive to spiritual power. It was completely a piece of stubborn stone. Apart from the fine quality of the stone and the beautiful color, the yellow spring jade could be said to have no redeeming features. The women really couldn't understand why their husband would say that these things were treasures. Even if they couldn't figure it out, no one would doubt Yang Chen's words. If Yang Chen said that this was a treasure, then it was definitely not trash. However, everyone still looked at Yang Chen curiously, waiting for his explanation. Yang Chen couldn't explain. He couldn't tell everyone that when these top-quality Yellow Springs jade ascended to the spiritual realm, they would be good stuff that everyone would fight over, but would not be able to obtain, right? People in the mortal world couldn't use it because of the environment. The cultivator's cultivation was not high enough, and the spiritual pressure from the outside world was too low, so they couldn't use the Yellow Springs jade. In the spiritual realm, this kind of Yellow Springs jade that people hated had another name. It was called the Divine Perching Jade. Its biggest use was to allow a cultivator to separate a strand of their primordial spirit to reside in it. As long as this divine perching jade with a strand of primordial spirit was not destroyed, even if the cultivator's body was destroyed, they could rely on this strand of primordial spirit to resurrect. Of course, the price was not low. The cultivator who resurrected using the divine perching jade would have his cultivation level plummet, and his primordial spirit would definitely be damaged. It would take at least hundreds or thousands of years to recover. However, compared to dying and having one's soul destroyed, no one would care about such a small price. Having a piece of divine perching jade was equivalent to having an extra life. But this kind of divine perching jade was only produced in the mortal world. It didn't exist in the spiritual realm or the immortal realm. Moreover, not all the quality of the Yellow Springs jade could be called divine perching jade. Only the best of the best had the qualifications to be called divine perching jade. Of course, it was only the qualifications. To really become a divine perching jade, an expert needed to spend a lot of effort to refine it. The most amazing thing was that the true use of the Yellow Springs jade was never passed down when the consciousness avatars of the various sects in the immortal realm descended to the lower realm. All memories of the Yellow Springs jade would be completely forgotten when they descended to the lower realm. As a result, there were no records of any divine perching jade in the spiritual realm or the immortal realm. There was only a little divine perching jade in the spiritual realm and the immortal realm, and it was discovered and used by some extremely lucky guy who happened to bring a little Yellow Springs jade with him and ascended. It could be said that every piece of Yellow Springs jade was priceless after being brought up. The value of the cultivator's life was also the value of the divine perching jade. It was no wonder that Yang Chen would treat these trash in the eyes of others as treasures. Unfortunately, Yang Chen couldn't explain all of this to the women, and could only make them unhappy. Do we really have to dig up this smelly thing? Sun Qingxue pouted and asked, her face full of displeasure. It wasn't just Sun Qingxue, even Gao Yu and the others looked at Yang Chen unhappily and waited for his answer. The Yellow Springs jade didn't smell good, and Yang Chen's wives and concubines were all fairies who loved cleanliness. Although they didn't doubt Yang Chen's words, they might not be able to accept it if they really dug up the Yellow Springs jade. After all, due to the influence of the Yellow Springs jade, the surrounding soil would definitely have that strange smell. A group of fragrant beauties doing this would definitely spoil the mood. All right, husband, you can do this. Yang Chen smiled and took on all the work of digging up the Yellow Springs jade alone. His words also made all the women smile. Haha, this time, our family can be considered to have cleaned up the Langye well. Shi Wushuang immediately led the topic to the treasures of the Langye well, and the women immediately chattered about it. All the magic treasures in this secret plane were divided equally by everyone, and even the great Qiankuan bag was not left. Moreover, the pure Yin True Fire outside and the Yellow Springs jade underground were not left. It could be described as scraping 3 feet of the ground. Actually, there is still one thing missing to be considered as cleaning up the whole thing. When everyone was happy, Yang Chen jumped out and spoiled the mood again. However, his words aroused everyone's interest again. After guessing for a while, they all asked what it was. Langye crystal ship. Yang Chen smiled and reminded them, you have forgotten about the Langye crystal ship. It is a top magic treasure for transportation and defense. Chapter 1351. The Langye crystal ship was the vehicle that everyone rode when they came in. It was also the first test in Langye well. Only those who could board the ship were qualified to enter Langye well and make a fortune. Everyone was so focused on the good things in the secret plane that they had forgotten about the true magical weapon that had been placed right under their noses. It was really dark under the lamp. However, after the Langye crystal ship had sent everyone here, it had sunk into the weak river. How were they going to collect it? The girls began to rack their brains and began to think about how to collect the Langye crystal ship. If they wanted to collect the Langye crystal ship, they would have to break through the weak river. Among the girls, only Gao Yu and Murong Shu had water attribute cultivators. The problem was that Gao Yu and Murong Shu did not know how to avoid the danger of the weak river. No matter how much they thought about it, they couldn't think of a reliable solution. They looked at each other, and in the end, they had no choice but to look at their own husband. The girls suddenly realized that in front of Yang Chen, they seemed to know nothing. Even Tao Junki, who was the oldest and had the highest cultivation, was the same. Now everyone was used to it. If they encountered any problems, they would wait for their husband to give them ideas. Yang Chen's gaze swept from Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, Shi Shanshan, Sun Qingxue, Tao Junki, Shi Wushuang, and finally stopped on the 5 Murong sisters. The girls did not know what Yang Chen was going to do, and looked at Yang Chen curiously. If my husband is not mistaken, your sister's life source magic weapons do not seem to be so balanced, right? Yang Chen's eyes stopped on the Murong sisters, and he asked an irrelevant question. How can it be so easy to collect a magical weapon with a balance of the 5 elements? Murong Yen, who was the youngest by Yang Chen's question, smiled bitterly and replied in a sweet voice. The Murong sisters came from the 5 Elements sect, and the sect had also vigorously cultivated them. However, no matter how hard the sect worked, there was no way for them to collect a magical weapon with a complete balance of the 5 elements. Although everyone's natal magic treasure was an incredible thing, it was still not completely balanced. The 2 sisters could only use magic treasures of similar quality, relying on the tacit understanding between sisters to balance the gap between their natal magic treasures. If I asked you to change your natal magic treasures, would you be willing? Yang Chen suddenly asked a question that caught the Murong sisters off guard. Replace his natal Dharma treasure? Not only the Murong sisters, even Tao Junki and Shi Wushuang were stunned. Not to mention how many years it took for them to temper their natal magical equipment, the habits and tacit understanding that had been cultivated for so many years were not something that could be easily changed. Not to mention, changing one's natal magic treasure actually meant destroying the previous one to refine the new one. It was inevitable that one's cultivation would be affected, and there was a great possibility that one's cultivation would regress. After the Murong sisters ate the qi and blood pill, they were already masters of the middle Dashang stage. Their natal magic treasure had at least been tempered and used for nearly 400 or 500 years. Anyone would hesitate to give it up. On the other hand, Gao Yugong Sunling, Shi Shanshan, and Sun Qingxue were very calm about this. This kind of thing was too normal. Gao Yugong Sunling's natal magic treasure was almost prepared by Yang Chen, and Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue's natal flying sword embryo was simply refined by Yang Chen. Since her husband said so, there must be a better choice than the natal magic treasure used by the Murong sisters. Yang Chen thought so. Tao Junki's ascension was imminent, it was too late to change her natal magic treasure, and with the pure Yin True Fire as the natal fire seed, as long as the pure Yin True Fire was added to the natal magic treasure, Tao Junki's natal magic treasure could directly rise to the top, and there was no need to change it. Needless to say, Gao Yu and the other 4 women were all prepared by Yang Chen, and there was no need to change it. What was missing now was Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters. Shi Wushuang's was even easier to say. With the wood attribute, Yang Chen only needed to take out a whole Penglai divine wood and let Shi Wushuang refine it into her own natal flying sword. The only trouble was the Murong 5 sisters. The combat effectiveness of the 5 of them was mainly concentrated in the 5 elements formation. The 5 people's cultivation base was similar, and the tacit understanding was fundamental. However, as they entered the spiritual world and the immortal world, the gap between the 5 people's natal magic treasures would become bigger and bigger, and it would become more and more unbalanced. The reason why the reputation of the Murong sisters in the future was not as high as that of the Cold Plum Fairy was because they were dragged down by the magic treasures. Speaking of the Langya crystal ship, Yang Chen suddenly had a way to solve the drawbacks of the 5 women. The 5 elements hook was originally used by the 5 people. It was made of 5 dragon tendons. Was there a more suitable magic treasure for the 5 women than this? As long as the 5 elements hook was dismantled, with the tacit understanding and genius of the 5 women, He believed that it would soon become a set of super magic treasures that would move the world. The only thing to worry about was the drop in cultivation base caused by the replacement of the natal magic treasure and the time for retempering. Fortunately, the 5 women were now only in the early Deshang stage, and there was still a lot of time for them to retemper. Now it was up to the 5 women themselves. It's up to the Lord. The hesitation of the 5 women did not last for a long time, and soon the 5 sisters made the same decision with a tacit understanding. Yang Chun was their husband, and he was knowledgeable. He would never harm them, which was enough. Use this, after pulling out the Langya crystal ship, separate it as your natal magic treasure. Yang Chun directly took out the 5 elements hook and handed it to the hands of the eldest sister Murong Han. The 5 elements dragon tendons and dragon bones are refined. They are very balanced and most suitable for you. Listening to Yang Chun casually say that it was refined from the 5 elements dragon tendons and dragon bones, the delicate bodies of the Murong sisters could not help but tremble. They knew that their husband would not harm them and would definitely give them suitable magic treasures, but they did not expect that it would be a magic treasure of this level. The 5 women directly fell into a state of ecstasy and disbelief. Not only the Murong sisters, even Tao Junki and Shi Wushuang had a dumbfounded expression. The women could not help but be surprised. The dragon race had long been extinct in the mortal world. Where did Yang Chun get the magic treasure refined from the dragon tendons and dragon bones? Origin is not a problem. Don't worry, even if you ascend, the dragon race will not look into it. Yang Chun reassured the women, then gave them some advice. It will be a little troublesome at the beginning. Don't worry, a large amount of spiritual energy will wash it. When it has your aura, then use the divine sense to refine it. The 5 women only nodded repeatedly, and did not say anything else. Hearing their husband's voice in their ears, their hearts were indescribably happy. Once the refining is complete, you do not need to worry about the magic treasure's upgrade anymore. This 5 elements hook is enough for you to use until the immortal world. It could be said that another small hidden danger in the future had been resolved, and Yang Chen was also happy. He waved his hand. All right, get to work. Before we go out, dig out all the good things here. Chapter 1352. From the 3 great danger zones of Languel, to all the magic weapons that may appear in the Great Qianquan bag, to the pure true fire, the yellow spring jade lode under the danger zone, if the Langya crystal ship was counted, this time Yang Chen's family could really be said to have uprooted the Languel. Not to mention the Langya crystal ship alone, no one could pass through the weak water to come here. There would be no more legends of the Languel in the future. According to this standard, Yang Chen found that his family really had the momentum of locusts. They did not leave anything for the guys behind. Not to mention that they ate the meat, they drank the soup, even the soup dregs were not left. Since Tao Junki and the Murong sisters had a big harvest on this trip, Yang Chen was not biased and directly gave Shi Wushuang a whole Penglai divine wood. As for how she used it, it was Shi Wushuang's own business. For these concubines whose cultivation base was higher than his own, Yang Chen did not intend to give more guidance on their cultivation. The division of labor was very clear. Yang Chen was responsible for the yellow spring jade, Tao Junki was responsible for the pure true fire, the Murong sisters were responsible for the Langya crystal ship, and the remaining Gao Yugong Sunling, Shi Shanshan, Sun Qingshu and Shi Wushuang were condensing their own cultivation base and striving to be able to go further. It must be known that when Yang Chen came in, his family would all enter the Deshang stage. Of course, everyone's cultivation would never fall behind. Tao Junki's collection of the pure true fire was in itself a cultivation, and the same was true for refining the 4th fire divine thunder. The Murong sisters' quenching of the 5 elements hook life source magic weapon laid a solid foundation for their future cultivation. Shi Wushuang has decided to refine the Penglai divine wood into her own life source flying sword. When the women cultivated, they did not forget to take the heart-refining pill that Yang Chen later refined. Everyone understood the benefits of this kind of tempering, and even in the later stage, they would ask Yang Chen to use the influence of demonic qi to further temper their state of mind while they suffered the pain of the heart-refining pill. Yang Chen's cultivation would never be delayed. After taking the 5 revolutions refining heart pill, he immediately began to cultivate the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. While cultivating the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, Yang Chen also had to carry out another work, which was to dig the yellow spring jade with his bare hands. The hall was built on an extremely hard stone floor, and the underworld jade veins were distributed irregularly among the stones. Yang Chen didn't use any tools, just his bare hands, relying on his physical strength. While cultivating the body refining technique, he began to dig. The tremendous pain caused by the refining heart pill stimulated the yellow turban strongman body refining technique to almost the limit. Under this stimulation, Yang Chen's movements were like crazy. On the first day, he demolished the entire hall and then began to dig frantically. Every underworld jade was wrapped in hard stones. Yang Chen relied on his powerful spiritual awareness to locate them one by one and then carefully dug them out. In order to prevent the smell of the underworld jade from leaking out, Yang Chen carefully wrapped every piece of underworld jade he dug out with wax, and then carefully stored it in a corner of the merit ring. These were all the capital to ascend to the spiritual world and immortal world, so they must be treated carefully. In this dangerous place of Languel, no one disturbed them, only Yang Chen's family, busy with their own cultivation without any pressure. While Yang Chen's family was working hard, the situation outside was slowly changing. Because of the emergence of the demon seal array, many of the supreme masters of the sect were no longer worried about the arrival of heaven's retribution and began to cultivate. The small sect was fine as there were no masters of this level, but the big sect was different. The deeper the heritage of the sect, the more supreme masters there were. As soon as these people began to cultivate, the sect's spirit meridian became a little short. In the past, the supreme masters of the big sect only relied on time to slowly improve their cultivation. After all, in the situation where the spiritual pressure in the mortal world was insufficient, the extent of their improvement was very limited. Most of the supreme masters worked hard to suppress their cultivation and rarely cultivated. Almost every supreme master could be said to be an expert who had surpassed the standard of ascension. It was common knowledge that the more powerful an expert was, the more spiritual power resources they would need. With so many masters cultivating at the same time, even a big sect like the 5 major sects was a little short on the spiritual power supplied by the spirit meridian. This was an unprecedented situation and something that had never happened before, so the big sect had to seriously consider this problem. Although the supreme masters were important, the forces in the mortal world were mainly composed of ordinary cultivators, which inevitably led to some conflicts. Fortunately, the big sect had some scattered resources. In order to provide for the cultivation of these supreme masters, except for a few supreme masters who stayed in the sect, the rest went to other places to cultivate. The supreme masters had to bring a new demon sealing formation with them to cultivate. Naturally, Chunyang Palace, which had a large number of formation resources, made a lot of money. It was the same for the Dao sects and the demon sect. Because of the appearance of the demon sealing formation, some demonic masters who were not strong enough hid in the demon sealing formation to cultivate. The masters of the sect, who did not have the demon sealing formation, also began to gather in several big sects of the demon sects. Based on the number of masters at this level, the strength of the demon sects had greatly improved in the short period of 100 years since the demon sealing formation was introduced. In terms of pure combat power, it was obvious that the demon sects had the advantage between the Dao sects and the demon sects of the same realm. The strength of the demon sects had caused some sects of the Dao sects to begin to worry. Fortunately, as long as they did not invade the other's mountain gate, those masters would not easily leave the demon-sealing formation. The two sides could be considered to have maintained a superficial balance. The change in the strength of the two sides had led to subtle changes in the relationship between them. Apart from the Taishanmen, who were still holding the banner of the Tao sect and the demon sect to fight against the demon sects, several other big sects had begun to have a tacit understanding with the demon sects. Because they missed the most critical message from the immortal world's avatar to the mortal world, even if the Taishanmen rebuilt the receiving formation later, they could only receive some follow-up messages. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. The most terrible thing was that they still did not know what mistakes they had made. However, compared to the conflict between the cultivation of the supreme elders and ordinary disciples in other sects, the Taishanmen had no pressure. The heaven and earth infinite spirit suppression formation had been quietly activated for more than 100 years. The spiritual power of the sect was rich, so there was nothing to worry about. In the past few hundred years, it was enough for the Taishanmen to gradually eliminate the impact of the lack of disciples caused by the destruction of the mountain gate. In addition, with the operation of the Hall of Eccentrics and the support of sufficient spiritual power, the Taishanmen had already been on the road of rapid development. Chapter 1353. There were also some abnormal phenomena that the major sect did not pay much attention to. Among the cultivators, whether they were Tao sects, demon sects, or monster race rogue cultivators, some of the female cultivators seemed to have disappeared in the past 100 years, with a total of no less than 100 people. During the cultivation of cultivators, it was normal for them to go into seclusion and travel. Cultivation was not a closed door, so basically most cultivators would go out to gain experience after cultivating for a period of time. On this point, even Yang Chen, who had the memory of his previous life, was no exception. When they go out to gain experience, they may sometimes encounter some accidents, get injured, be trapped, and it was normal to delay returning to the sect for decades. Or it was also common to find a suitable place to cultivate in seclusion for decades. This kind of thing could be understood by Yang Chen. Going out to the demon continent to gain experience, plus the journey back and forth, it had been more than 70 years. Returning to the sect for less than 2 days, he took his 4 wives to the mortal world to refine his heart, and another 100 years passed. The concept of time of cultivators seemed to be much more indifferent than that of ordinary people. In addition, it was common for cultivators to go out of the sect and not find their whereabouts. Anyway, as long as the life source tablet left in the sect was not broken, it meant that the cultivator's life was not in danger. Generally speaking, if there was no life and death call for help, the sect would not take the initiative to explore the whereabouts of the cultivators. The most vivid example was Wan Qian of the Blue Cloud sect. From being captured by Yang Chen to the present, for hundreds of years, the Blue Cloud sect had not even found her whereabouts. The only time they inquired about it was when Yang Chen participated in the auction of the Blue Cloud sect and was bullied, which made sect master Lu angry and asked. Later, he heard that he went out to gain experience, so it was left unsettled. According to this common sense, those female cultivators were not actually missing, at least in the concept of their respective sect and relative. Perhaps they just went out to gain experience and couldn't come back in a short time. It was no big deal. These so-called missing female cultivators were basically masters of the late Yuanying stage and peak Yuanying stage, among which there were almost a dozen masters of the Deshang stage. The places where they disappeared were also distributed everywhere, and there seemed to be no connection. There was one thing that they all had in common. These missing female cultivators were all as beautiful as flowers and were sought after by countless people. Now no one knew their whereabouts. Not to mention that no one suspected it, even if a sect had the intention to search for their whereabouts according to the divine sense imprint on the life spirit tablet, it was estimated that they would not be able to find them at all. There was only one explanation for this situation, that was, the places where they were blocked by spiritual awareness. Li Liheng was now very proud. In just over 100 years, he has successfully entered the realm of the middle Yuanying stage, and his spiritual awareness cultivation base went straight to the early Deshang stage. His cultivation of the realm-crossing spiritual sense cultivation technique had become more and more exquisite. In recent decades, even without using the spirit congealing pill, he could maintain a long communication with Senior Lu Fengzi. The rise of the young sect master's cultivation base brought about some more comprehensive information in the Greatest Heaven sect. The development of the sect also began to tilt in a certain direction, and Li Liheng's status in the sect was also rising. Now, beside the young sect master, in addition to the people who originally followed him, there were many more masters. Even at least a dozen masters of the Deshang stage in the sect had joined Li Liheng's faction. The young sect master's faction was already the most promising faction among the Taishamen. Because they had to rely on Li Liheng to consult the predecessors in the spiritual world, many core elders, including sect master Li, would intentionally or unintentionally make friends with Li Liheng. As for the masters who followed Li Liheng, they benefited a lot from Li Liheng and were also loyal to Li Liheng. It was not an exaggeration to describe them as dead set. In a very advanced Immortal's cave magic weapon that Li Liheng always carried with him, there were hundreds of beautiful and unparalleled female cultivators living in it. Every female cultivator was naked. In the Immortal's cave, they lived a leisurely life. If you carefully distinguish, these women seem to have been strongly hypnotized, almost like female slaves, waiting to serve their masters at any time. When Li Liheng was alone, his favorite thing was to enter this Immortal's cave and accept the service of these women. At the same time, he would also use them as a cauldron to practice the Free Demon Heart Sutra. The Free Demon Heart Sutra of the demon sex was not a gentle cultivation method. From the beginning to the present, there have been more than a dozen female cultivators in the late Yuanying stage who were played by Li Liheng. And Li Liheng's spiritual awareness cultivation base also relied on the Free Demon Heart Sutra to soar to the present level. The young sect master of the Taishamen was cultivating the Free Demon Heart Sutra of the demon sections. If this matter was spread out, it was not known what kind of storm it would cause. Fortunately, there were only 3 people who knew about this matter. One was Li Liheng himself, one was Yang Lan who served Li Liheng, and the other was Yang Lan's brother Yang Lan. Yang Lan was very smart and knew very well that the more things she knew about Li Liheng, the faster she would die, so she took the initiative to ask to manage those women in the Immortal's cave. She was also the only woman who could wear clothes in the Immortal's cave. As for Yang Lan, he had completely become Li Liheng's henchman. All these female cultivators were inquired about by Yang Lan through certain channels, and then he took the masters around Li Liheng to go out and capture them. As for what to do after the capture, Yang Lan would not say, and Li Liheng would not say. He just told them that these female cultivators had such and such problems, and capturing them was also to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. They were loyal to the young sect master, and these people naturally followed the lead of the young sect master. What the young sect master said was what, no one would pay attention to those female cultivators. At first, it was just the female cultivators of the demon sex and the monster race, as well as some rogue cultivators. Later, many of them were from the Tao sex, but by that time, everyone had already been used to it and did not ask about their origins at all. Yang Lan relied on the young sect master and lived a very comfortable life. Of course, he was still waiting secretly, waiting for the time when the heaven and earth infinite essence suppression great formation really worked. The effect of the great formation was much better than Yang Chen imagined. In just over 100 years, it had already absorbed enough idle spiritual power. According to this trend, it would take less than 300 years to launch the special formation I. Yang Lan, who was waiting for the day when the formation I could be launched, he already had a series of plans. Only waiting for that time to come, he would secretly kill Li Liheng, who had never regarded him as a human being in his heart, and then blame it on Yang Chun. He and his sister Yang Lan could use the power of the formation eye to improve their cultivation base. Was there anything happier than watching the Taishamen kill Yang Chen with the power of the whole sect, and then crossing their own tribulation and ascending? Chapter 1354. The person Yang Lan hated the most was Yang Chen. Although Li Liheng never saw him as a person, Li Liheng came from a famous family and was born with a noble identity. In Yang Lan's eyes, it was natural that he was not in his eyes. But what was Yang Chen? He was the son of a small tenant farmer in the Yang family village. A word from old Master Yang could make Yang Chen's family die without a burial place. How dare he climb on his head and act like a tyrant? Although Yang Chen never seemed to put Yang Lan in his eyes after his rebirth, this kind of disregard seemed to make Yang Lan even more angry. In Yang Lan's heart, Yang Chen must be killed. Yang Chen seemed to feel something recently. He took his wife and concubine's family to hide in the Langyu well. Did he think that he could escape Yang Lan's calculation in this way? What beautiful things! If Yang Lan could let him do what he wanted in the Langyu well, then he would be the first dog of the Taishamen's young sect master. At least one master of the highest level and 3 masters of the Deshang stage entered the Langyu well with the task of killing Yang Chen as much as possible. Moreover, Yang Lan even specifically instructed that he didn't even have to deal with Yang Chen's family in the early stage. When Yang Chen thought that everything was in his control, he would suddenly kill him. This kind of hope to extinguish all of his hopes when people are most proud was Yang Lan's most cruel torture to Yang Chen. Even if he couldn't kill Yang Chen in the Langyu well, Yang Lan also had arrangements. As long as Li Liheng's death was pressed on Yang Chen's head, not to mention a little Yang Chen, even if there were 10 or 100 Yang Chen, it would be impossible to resist the anger of Taishamen. For the young sect master Li Liheng, Yang Lan actually didn't want to kill him. As the number 1 dog of the young sect master, Yang Lan was really comfortable. But Yang Lan had to kill Li Liheng. There was no other way. The image of the young sect master of Taishamen was absolutely glorious, and there could be no flaws or stains. In order to protect himself, Yang Lan had to make the first move before Li Liheng started. Now that Li Liheng had not finished cultivating the unrestrained Devil Heart Sutra, he still needed Yang Lan, his henchman, to hunt beautiful female cultivators for him. He also needed Yang Lan to help him manage these cauldrons. Yang Lan and Yang Lan were still of some use. But this kind of need was not always needed. When Li Liheng's free Devil Heart Sutra was completed one day, he would no longer need Yang Lan and Yang Lan's brother and sister. It would be their time of death. Whether it was the greatest heaven sect or Li Liheng, they would not tolerate 2 people who knew that Li Liheng cultivated the demon sect's free Demon Heart Sutra to live, especially when so many women were harmed in the process of cultivation. Since Li Liheng had to die, then his death had to be worthwhile. It would be best if his death was on Yang Chen's head. It would not only let Yang Lan and Yang Lan live better, but also let Yang Chen die miserably, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yang Lan already had a comprehensive plan. If he couldn't kill Yang Chen in the Langyu well, then he could use a small defect in the Unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra to kill Li Liheng. The Unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra was found by Yang Lan for Li Liheng from the scriptures pavilion of the sect, and Li Liheng was not the only one who cultivated it. In fact, Yang Lan himself also had a space magic weapon similar to the Immortal's cave, which also had a group of female cultivators who couldn't help themselves. These cauldrons were secretly left by Yang Lan when he hunted for Li Liheng. It was not too much for Yang Lan to keep some for himself, right? The small defect in the Unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra was discovered by Yang Lan. As a disciple of the Tao sects, it was not surprising to find a small defect in a demonic cultivation method. However, this small defect was hidden very deeply, and it could only be discovered in the early Jedon stage. Li Liheng could not have this opportunity. When he started cultivating, he was already at the peak of Jedon stage. Although the defect was small, it could be fatal if it was used well. As long as there was a small primer, Li Liheng's spiritual awareness could suddenly skyrocket, and then he would be unable to control it and die. In order to solve the problem of spiritual awareness, Li Liheng ate countless spirit congealing pills from Yang Chen in the past. As long as Li Liheng died, Yang Chen would not be able to explain himself. The only thing Yang Lan had to do now was to wait for the universe everlasting spirit suppressing formation to be completely completed and the formation I could be used. He just didn't know if he could see Yang Chen's head first, or wait until Li Liheng died. When Li Liheng was complacent, Yang Chen did not know what happened in Taishimen at all. For 10 years, he continued to cultivate the yellow turban strongman body refining technique under the blessing of the 5 revolutions heart refining pill, and at the same time excavated the yellow spring jade with his bare hands. 10 years of such self-abuse cultivation finally had an effect. The yellow turban strongman body refining technique, Yang Chen originally thought that he could no longer make any progress in the mortal world. This time, with the help of the 5 revolutions heart refining pill, he finally reached the edge of a breakthrough. 10 years of painful sharpening seemed to have made Yang Chen accustomed to the kind of pain that came from the body. Under the body tempered by the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, under the physical strength of the sea strength realm, the hard stone was soft like tofu. Although Yang Chen excavated the yellow spring jade with his bare hands, he had to be careful all the time, for fear that he would accidentally pinch a piece of it into powder. To use a metaphor that was not too vivid, what Yang Chen was doing now was like controlling the largest crane in the 21st world to carefully pinch a small piece of Japanese tender tofu. It was extremely delicate and accurate to the extreme. This was not counting the pain that came from the body all the time, disturbing Yang Chen at any time. After being in such a state for a long time, even the thick-skinned Zhang Fei had become a skillful embroidery hand. In the beginning, he didn't know how much of the best yellow spring jade was destroyed, and if he was not careful, what Yang Chen held in his hand was stone powder. In the past 10 years, Yang Chen had been able to lift heavy things as if they were light, and there would no longer be such a situation. Yes, it was the description of lifting heavy things as if they were light. Under the senses of the body that had been magnified thousands of times, when feeling unparalleled pain, he could still lift heavy things as if they were light. The most internal kind of will to resist the pain directly led to the promotion of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. Naturally, Yang Chen broke through the early stage of the sea strength realm and entered the middle stage of the sea strength realm. There was no special phenomenon, nor was there any sudden enlightenment. Everything happened naturally and logically. Don't underestimate this trivial improvement of a small realm. It meant that Yang Chen's physical strength was at least twice as strong as before, and this was not counting the toughness of the body. Ordinary flying sword, even under the control of Shi Shanshan, could not pierce the skin of Yang Chen. Chapter 1355. The advancement of the body refining technique directly stimulated Yang Chen's spiritual power cultivation base, and the rise in physical strength brought about a sudden increase in the internal physical pressure. The originally smooth spiritual power in the physical body was suddenly blocked by the pressure in the meridians, as if it had stopped for a moment, and then triggered a more frantic rebound. Boom, the meridians seemed to be filled with liquid explosives, suddenly detonated, and then contracted under the strong pressure of the meridians. Just between this entry and exit, Yang Chen's spiritual power was suddenly compressed and condensed once. The great Yin and Yang 5 elements' spiritual power directly triggered a small-scale qualitative change, and the spiritual power that filled the meridians suddenly seemed to be empty by half. The spiritual power outside seemed to be suddenly attracted by a strong suction force, and rushed madly into Yang Chen's body. The changes in the surrounding spiritual power made the women who were busy outside suddenly stunned, and then they immediately understood that this was their husband's breakthrough. Everyone looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. Yang Chen's cultivation base has always been a corner that cannot be touched in the hearts of the women. Although they know that Yang Chen's cultivation base is low, but his combat effectiveness is not necessarily worse than anyone, but this can't be said to outsiders. Now those bored guys like to use this to attack Yang Chen. Living off a woman, this is what none of the women can tolerate others talking about Yang Chen. However, Yang Chen did not have any convincing performance to refute this statement. It can't be helped. Each of Yang Chen's wives and concubines has a higher cultivation base than Yang Chen, which is an indisputable fact. After so many years of dual cultivation with Yang Chen, of course, the women knew that Yang Chen was a dual cultivator of the 5 elements. Everyone had been surprised at the beginning, but now they fully accepted it. Yang Chen's 5 elements cultivation has such a realm, his real strength can be imagined. The problem is, this kind of boudoir secret, no one can disclose it to the public, right? Now Yang Chen has finally broken through. Before he was in the middle stage of the Yuanying stage, now at least he has entered the late stage of the Yuanying stage. Yang Chen had cultivated for about 550 years to reach the late stage of the nascent soul realm. No matter which sect he was in, he would be considered a genius. In particular, the fact that Yang Chen cultivated all 5 elements shocked the women even more. Yang Chen's shock was no less than anyone else's. With just the improvement of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, Yang Chen felt that his cultivation had directly rushed through the middle Yuanying stage, the late Yuanying stage, and entered the peak Yuanying stage. The spiritual power in his body surged violently, as if he could trigger the heavenly tribulation in the next moment. His divine sense, which had not improved for a long time, broke through the 9th grade human immortal stage and entered the peak of the 10th grade human immortal stage. He was only one step away from entering the 1st grade earth immortal stage. Once again, his sea of consciousness began to churn and expand crazily. It expanded to more than twice its original size before stopping. To Yang Chen's surprise, as soon as his sea of consciousness finished expanding, it immediately contracted and condensed, returning to its original size. Next, it expanded and shrank 3 times before it stopped changing after expanding, maintaining the size of 5,000 acres. After confirming that everything had stopped and no longer changed, Yang Chen stopped digging and jumped out. "Husband, how did you do this?" When Yang Chen came out of the huge deep pit where the yellow spring jade was dug and came to his wives and concubines, all the women present looked at Yang Chen dumbfounded. Tao Junkie, who was refining the 4th fire divine thunder, couldn't even control the work in her hands, and one of them was directly scrapped. If it weren't for Tao Junkie's quick reaction to absorb and control the pure true fire that escaped in time, maybe Yang Chen's family would have to bear the bombardment of at least a semi-finished 4th fire divine thunder. "What's wrong?" Yang Chen looked at his women inexplicably, their eyes were so surprised, as if there was something in his body that shocked them. He asked subconsciously, then lowered his head and began to look at his body. Previously, he had been digging the yellow spring jade and resisting the 5 revolutions heart refining pill, so he didn't pay attention to the changes in his body. Now that he looked down, Yang Chen was shocked. His physique actually began to become extremely muscular again. His muscles bulged, and his body directly expanded by a size. The original clothes had obviously been torn, and now they were like a pile of rags hanging on his body, barely covering some of his vital parts. Fortunately, the people in front of him were his wives and concubines, all of them were his family, and they had seen Yang Chen's naked body many times. Otherwise, Yang Chen didn't know how rude he would be. Everyone knew that Yang Chen was cultivating some kind of body refining technique, and it was normal for his body to change. What surprised the women was that the change in Yang Chen's body shape actually directly tore the clothes on his body, and Yang Chen didn't feel it at all. It must be known that all the clothes on Yang Chen's body were magic weapons that were carefully refined by Gao Yu. Everyone now knows very well that Gao Yu's refining level was also a rare master level in the mortal world, but the light was overshadowed by Yang Chen, and her reputation was not obvious. Yang Chen's clothes, any one of them was a high-grade protective magic weapon. Such a magic weapon was easily opened by Yang Chen. What kind of power was required? Others couldn't imagine what kind of body refining technique Yang Chen was cultivating now. It would have such a powerful effect. Gao Yu reacted quickly and immediately took out a few pieces of the best quality heaven-gazing rhinoceros skin and visually measured the size of Yang Chen. She quickly made a simple robe for Yang Chen that could cover his body and put it on him to avoid his embarrassment. This was not the first time such a situation had happened. The last time Yang Chen first started to cultivate the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. This time the change was not so unacceptable. Yang Chen did not expect that there would be such a change after breaking through the middle stage of the sea strength realm, but after a little thought, he seemed to understand in his heart that such a situation might happen several times in the future. Every time he broke through a small realm, it would trigger a surge in strength, and the body obviously had to adapt to such a change in strength, and it would naturally become strong. With the deepening of the body refining technique, the body would slowly recover to its original size after the condensation of the body. In the future, there would be such a reincarnation in every big realm. The surprise of the women was that Yang Chen's cultivation base had crossed the late Yuanying stage and had reached the peak Yuanying stage, surpassing Gao Yu, Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue in one fell swoop. Although the three women have been cultivating diligently for 10 years and have now reached the peak of the late Yuanying stage and are about to break through, they are still caught up by Yang Chen. At this time, if anyone still dared to say that Yang Chen was living off a woman, the women could fight them directly. Although no one has ever dared to say this in front of any of the women. Congratulations, husband! Congratulations, husband! After everyone was surprised, they congratulated Yang Chen in unison. In the impasse, there was a happy laughter of the family. Chapter 1356. Yang Chen has basically been suppressing his cultivation for so many years, and even after entering the middle Yuanying stage, he fell back to the early Yuanying stage because of Lady Fanghua. Later, it took at least 100 years for him to reach the middle Yuanying stage from the early Yuanying stage. The only purpose of suppressing his cultivation base was to make his own spiritual power cultivation base more and more pure. Of course, the matter of the core of the demon continent that has been refining has also taken up at least half of Yang Chen's energy. Even if he wanted to rush to a higher realm quickly, it was impossible. This time, it could also be regarded as a good preparation, and his cultivation base was directly promoted to the peak Yuanying stage, which was indeed something worth celebrating. Moreover, with Yang Chen's state of mind cultivation base, coupled with the magic of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, there was no need to consolidate the realm at all. It was a real realm. The yellow turban strongman body refining technique was also a huge watershed in the realm of sea strength. In particular, the process of Yang Chen choosing the 5 revolutions heart refining pill to cultivate his mind was also a process of internal strength in the process of cultivating the body refining technique. It was not known how many golden immortals in the heavenly court were stuck in this hurdle, unable to go further, and could only be reduced to ordinary yellow turban strongman. After all, it was the cultivation method of the immortal world. After this watershed, every small realm improvement in the future would bring great benefits to Yang Chen. Now it was only normal to improve Yang Chen by 2 small realms at a time. If Yang Chen experienced the baptism of the previous heavenly tribulations, the benefits would be more. With the example of their husband, the women became more diligent in their cultivation. In less than half a year, Gao Yu, Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue began to have their own comprehensions and were received into the Mountain River geographical map by Gong Sunling. After taking Yang Chen's 5 revolutions questioning inner heart pill, they began to retreat. Tao Junki refined the 4th fire divine thunder for more than 10 years, and a quarter of the fire field was cleaned up. After maintaining one thing for such a long time, Tao Junki was also a little tired. Shi Wushuang's life flying sword had refined a lot of branches and leaves of Penglai divine wood. She planned to go out and find those masters outside to fight. The 2 women simply went together. After more than 10 years, the Murong sisters had completely refined the 5-element hook. Although they had not started to refine their natal treasures, they had no problem using them at will. At the beginning of the refinement of the 5 elements hook, the Dragon clan had taken into account the balance of the 5 elements. The 5 women finally got rid of the 5 elements magic weapons that were not completely balanced. They became more and more adept at using the 5 elements array, and naturally, their power was also greatly improved. Before tempering their natal magical weapons, the 5 sisters first had to lure Lang Ya's crystal ship out, and then go into a deep seclusion to temper their natal magical weapons. This was because destroying the life-bound magic treasure would inevitably lead to a decline in one's cultivation. It was better to do some things in advance. The Murong sisters also had a legitimate reason to leave the impasse. Only Yang Chun and Gong Sunling were left here. From the last time they went to the demon sect to collect the 7th metal true essence liquid, Gong Sunling had rarely been alone with Yang Chun. Gong Sunling was very happy to be alone with her husband again, and she didn't even care about the strange smell of the yellow spring jade. Gong Sunling was the kind of gentle and virtuous model. When she was alone, she would treat Yang Chen as her own world, and she would be a virtuous daughter-in-law to the extreme. Yang Chen was extremely intoxicated in this calm and real feeling of home. He could not wait to live like this for a lifetime. Only when he was with Gong Sunling, Yang Chen would have such a feeling. His master, Gao Yu, was Yang Chen's favorite, but his master's character would rather break than bend. Although she was also very tolerant of Yang Chen, she would not indulge him. Shi Shanshan's character was cold, which gave Yang Chen a different feeling. As for Sun Qingxue, she needed Yang Chen to spoil her. She would act coquettishly and pester people, but she would not be like Gong Sunling, who would take care of Yang Chen in every possible way. The 7 concubines were also different. Tao Junki wholeheartedly considered the sect. Although she was now very inclined to be a small family between the family and the sect, she would not abandon the sect. Shi Wushuang was good at scheming and would also play a role in the future. It was not fake that she liked Yang Chen, but she preferred to be in control of everything. The Murong sisters were relatively calm. After becoming Yang Chen's women, they were determined to follow Yang Chen, but they would not be as hot as fire, nor as cold as frost. They had a feeling of friendship between gentlemen and Yang Chen as light as water. Only Gong Sunling was different. She was willing to be Yang Chen's subordinate from the bottom of her heart. She didn't ask for fame or profit. She just wanted to follow Yang Chen, watch him, and do everything he liked for him. Yang Chen liked delicious food, so Gong Sunling put down her status and personally visited those famous chefs in the mortal world, learning good cooking skills, just so that Yang Chen could enjoy his appetite. Even if Yang Chen had some excessive requests, such as asking Gong Sunling to play the role of a sexy concubine, Gong Sunling would not refuse. With Gong Sunling, Yang Chen had no pressure. Yang Chen knew very well that Gong Sunling was such a person. Even if Yang Chen was not a 5th-grade alchemist or a cultivation genius, she would not change her love for Yang Chen. Yang Chen was willing to be taken care of by Gong Sunling. That was a kind of calm and touching that he had never felt in his 10,000 years of life in his previous life. Unfortunately, this feeling did not last for long before it was rudely interrupted by a few uninvited guests. At least 10 strangers entered the secret plane. Yang Chen's 10th-grade human immortal spiritual awareness instantly found the traces of these guys. At the same time when he found these people, Yang Chen was also slightly taken aback. The formation outside the danger spot had not changed. Apart from his own family, could anyone else have mastered the way to enter the danger spot? Gong Sunling also found these guys and her face showed anger. She and her husband had only been alone for a few days and there were already people who didn't have eyes to disturb them. It was really disappointing. Good place. An incomparably arrogant voice filled the entire Forbidden Land with a condescending aura and praised slowly, "No one has found anything good in the other places of the Langya Well for 10 years. Presumably, they have all fallen into Grandmaster Yang's hands, right? Master Yang, your family ate the meat and didn't even leave some soup for us. Isn't it a bit too much?" The other party spoke to Yang Chen as soon as he spoke. There was no need to ask. He must know the identity of Yang Chen. Listening to the arrogant tone and unreasonable accusation, Gong Sunling was furious and was about to make a move. Yang Chen grabbed Gong Sunling's slender waist with one hand and stopped her from making a move. He was now a little interested in how these guys came in. Could it be that there was another ancestral master hall in this danger spot that could reveal the array map of the danger spot? Chapter 1357. Although there were outsiders who entered the danger zone unscathed, Yang Chen never doubted his own concubine. Although at this time, the 7 girls were all out and the time seemed a bit coincidental. The 7 girls had no reason to betray Yang Chen. On the one hand, Yang Chen couldn't think of what benefits the 7 girls could get by betraying him. To win over a 5th-grade alchemist master for the sect, and to kill a 5th-grade alchemist master for the sect, the contribution to the sect, presumably even a fool could distinguish it. There is plenty of soup here, there are even bones and meat if you want to eat it, come and get it yourself. Yang Chen embraced Gong Sunling and responded with interest. His face was full of a happy smile. The other party's leader turned out to be a great master, which really surprised Yang Chen. The great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword was gathered. The immortal beheading blade still lacked a weighty target. Unexpectedly, before Yang Chen went out of the Langya Well, he automatically sent himself to the door. Yang Chen couldn't help but be happy. The current interior of the danger zone was very different from when Yang Chen's family first came in. The original magnificent hall had long been demolished because of Yang Chen's excavation of the Yellow Spring Jade. The slightly interesting things were already collected by the women under the reminder of Yang Chen. Even if those crystal stone floors had no refining value, it seemed to be a good choice to decorate their own rooms in the sect, wasn't it? What the guys who came in saw was a huge stone mountain and a huge deep pit next to it. They didn't know what was in the deep pit, but it was very deep. There was also a burning fire next to it, and the raging flames made several people's faces change. No wonder Grandmaster Yang will enter the Langya Well. It turns out that there really is pure true fire here. Among the guys who came in, a master of the Deshang stage immediately said this. The tone and figure of the guy who spoke, Yang Chen, actually had a familiar feeling. Very quickly, Yang Chen recalled this fellow's identity. After the Taishaman's welcoming array was detonated, they once sent people to search the world for array masters and materials to arrange the welcoming array. At that time, the leader of the team to Chunyang Palace was this elder of the Deshang stage, Elder Ming Guangru. It should be said that when the elder went to Chunyang Palace last time, not only did he not find the weakness of Chunyang Palace, but he was also forced to leave his natal flying sword under the words of the Lord Tantai. In the end, it was directly taken away by Yang Chen. It could be said that he suffered a double loss. At that time, Elder Ming's natal flying sword was a living soil flying sword that he had meticulously refined for hundreds of years. That living soil flying sword was directly taken advantage of by Yang Chen. After it was changed, it became Yang Chen's natal earth flying sword. Later, Yang Chen got 10 pounds of living soil from Li Qing and once again refined it into the living soil flying sword. Now it had become one of the great Yin and Yang 5 elements flying sword. From this perspective, Yang Chen and Ming Guangrua could be said to be enemies. At that time, Ming Guangrua did not find the weakness of Chunyang Palace, and the Lord Tantai was in Chunyang Palace. There was no opportunity to find trouble with Chunyang Palace. Now that he saw Yang Chen, it was natural to settle old and new hatred together. Yang Chen had been looking for pure true fire since a long time ago. When he sold the cultivation secrets of a fifth-grade alchemist, he sold the demon sealing array diagram. It had long been known to the world. Now that Ming Guangrua and the others saw the burning flame here, with their eyesight and knowledge, they naturally recognized the pure true fire. They immediately understood the purpose of Yang Chen's family to enter Languel. Previously, Ming Guangrua and the others were still suspicious as to why Yang Chen wanted to enter Languel. Could it be that there was a treasure that was about to appear? Based on this suspicion, their purpose of entering Languel, in addition to looking for an opportunity to kill Yang Chen, was to find the treasure that Yang Chen coveted. Now that they saw the pure true fire, they naturally understood the purpose of Yang Chen's visit to Languel. They couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. If it was a peerless treasure, they might have a share. But this pure true fire, among the few of them, it seemed that only one fire cultivator could benefit from it. The others could only watch helplessly. Even the fire cultivator could only watch helplessly. Although a 7th-grade fire seed was good, not everyone had the fortune to enjoy it. In this world, it was unknown how many fire cultivators who overestimated themselves and wanted to collect a 5th-grade fire seed, let alone a 6th or 7th-grade fire seed. Tao Junkie's strength at the peak Deshang stage, without Yang Chen's guidance and help, she didn't dare to use the pure true fire, let alone an unknown little fire cultivator. The appearance of Ming Guangrua made Yang Chen immediately understand the origin of these people. At least most of them were Taishaman's people. The rest, even if they were not Taishaman's people, they were still their secretly arranged chess pieces. This time, it was the Taishaman's people who came to the door. When the few people saw the pure true fire, they couldn't deceive Yang Chen. It showed that they didn't know what was in this danger zone. This also showed that these guys were not brought in by Tao Junkie. If it was really Tao Junkie who leaked it, why would she leave behind the pure true fire that could be seen when she came in? Elder Ming really had a hard time. I actually didn't discover it. Yang Chen couldn't help but ridicule, and then asked the Great Master, I don't know what this senior's name is? You are a person who is about to die, what's the point of reporting your name? The Great Master snorted coldly, his eyes swept to Gong Sunling who was next to Yang Chen and sneered, Grandmaster Yang is really lucky, having a beauty by his side when he is about to die, what a pity! Grandmaster Yang, your fellow countryman, housekeeper Yang Lan, asked us to give you a message. Ming Guangrua waited for the Great Master to finish speaking, and then he said to Yang Chen, Housekeeper Yang said that he is indebted to you for taking care of him before, and today he will return it to you with interest. Your wife and concubine, he will properly arrange and take care of them. Grandmaster Yang, you can go on your way with peace of mind. The meaning behind the words was actually arranged by Yang Lan. Yang Chen knew about Yang Lan's cultivation base. Before he entered the Languel, there were people from the Wine Immortal house who sent news of Yang Lan. He was just a Jedon stage master, but he could actually arrange a Deshang stage elder like Ming Guangrua, and at least bring a great elder to make a move. This made Yang Chen a little impressed. However, no matter who arranged it, whether it was Yang Lan or the sect master of the Taishaman, since these people had already entered the impasse and came to Yang Chen's side, then Yang Chen would never be polite. The great elder also had enough status and cultivation base to make Yang Chen make a move. A Ling, don't let anyone leave. Yang Chen had a smile on his face, and he couldn't express his happiness as he said, Seniors, I am indebted to all of you for taking the initiative to come to my door. I have no respect for you. When you see Housekeeper Yang in the future, you can slowly talk about the past. Chapter 1358. After Yang Chen said that no one should leave, there was a contemptuous smile in the eyes of the great elder, but then he was stunned. The people around him suddenly disappeared without a trace, and there was no trace of them anymore. After all, he was a master of the supreme level. After being stunned for a while, he immediately found a clue. There were some faint fluctuations of spiritual power around his body, which made him realize instantly that those people did not disappear, but were trapped in an array. Insignificant tricks. The great master snorted coldly. This kind of trick was useless against him. His eyes stared closely at Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, who were dozens of feet away from him. As long as Yang Chen and Gong Sunling were killed, would he be afraid of not being able to break the maze? No matter how powerful the mountain river geographical map was, it also needed an excellent owner. With Gong Sunling's peak Yuanying stage cultivation base, she could control almost all the cultivators in the mortal world by controlling the mountain river geographical map, but there were still a few exceptions, and the great master in front of her was one of them. It was not known how long he had been in the mortal world, but the cultivation of the great elder, who did not want to be named, had gone straight to the 4th grade of the human immortal. It was a miracle to be able to cultivate to this point in the mortal world. Whether it was in terms of spiritual power or spiritual awareness, he was firmly ahead of Gong Sunling. It was not a fluke that he could find some clues of the mountain river geographical map. In the eyes of the great elder, there has never been a junior in the Yuanying stage who dared to be arrogant to this point. In front of him, he even hoped that he could keep everyone here and even wanted to send him on his way. If it was before, the great elder might laugh wildly with a few fellow Taoists and laugh at this little guy's overconfidence. But now the great elder did not have any contempt for Yang Chen. He did not see any fear in Yang Chen's eyes. From the beginning to the end, Yang Chen's face was calm, and later he even smiled. This was by no means a generous posture to die. A lion uses all its strength to fight a rabbit, not to mention this old guy who had lived for who knows how many years. His lifespan was so long that he didn't know how many times he had seen the reversal of a rabbit kicking an eagle. Even he himself had killed experts who were much stronger than him more than once. With his extraordinary knowledge and rich experience, he had never thought that he would be able to deal with this easily. His tone could be mocking, sarcastic, and belittling. This was a method to make the other party feel pressured. However, he would never belittle any enemy in his heart, even if it was a dying enemy. This was the cautiousness of a grand supreme expert, and it was also the way of life that they had lived to this day. A dead enemy was a good enemy. This was an unchanging truth. Xiao, before the intense sound of something tearing through the air could be heard, a light wheel had already smashed in front of Yang Chen. The speed of the supreme expert's attack was faster than the speed of sound. It was so fast that even Gong Sunling almost couldn't react. The attack had already landed on Yang Chen's body. Bzzz. An extremely dull bell rang out, carrying with it a soul-stirring might, as it spread out in all directions. Gong Sunling, who was close at hand, was caught off guard and almost lost her mind. If it weren't for the sea of consciousness that had been condensed under the training of Yang Chen, maybe this bell could make Gong Sunling faint. On Yang Chen's body, a phantom of a golden bell appeared in time. After blocking the attack of the Grand Supreme Elder, the golden bell turned into a golden armor, covering Yang Chen's body. Although the yellow turban strongman body refining technique was powerful, Yang Chen was not stupid enough to rely on his body to resist the attack of the Grand Supreme Elder. He would be a fool if he didn't use his protective magic weapon. A Ling retreat. Just a moment, Yang Chen knew the power of this Grand Supreme Master and immediately let Gong Sunling retreat. This was not a battle that Gong Sunling could participate in. She just had to hide in the mountain river geographical map and watch it with peace of mind. Even if the other party was strong, at this time, there was no strength to hurt the mountain river geographical map. The magic weapon that attacked Yang Chen finally appeared, but it was a ring. If you look at it carefully, it is clearly in the form of a wristband. The offensive magic weapon of this Grand Supreme Elder turned out to be a wristband. The powerful power contained in the wristband, although Yang Chen seemed to be able to block it easily, the shock force passed from the golden bell to Yang Chen made Yang Chen admire it. There were really few people in the mortal world who could practice to this point. Unfortunately, just after he told Gong Sunling, Yang Chen's mind flashed. There were usually 2 wristbands. This thought just flashed, there was a bang behind him. Another wristband appeared silently from the ground and heavily bombarded Yang Chen's back. After 2 powerful attacks, Yang Chen stood in place and did not move except to release the golden bell. The only talk was with his wife. It was so understated, so easy, as if the 2 attacks were just tickling for Yang Chen. Yang Chen's upper body did not even shake. Good magic weapon. The golden bell appeared. Of course, the other party saw it in his eyes, and his eyes immediately shone. The magic weapon that could easily take his 2 attacks was a good thing without asking. He couldn't help but praise, but don't think that you can escape from the old man with this magic weapon, you are delusional. The sneer of the Grand Supreme Elder has just begun. The 2 wristbands suddenly became soft and abnormal, and the speed was fast, one above and one below, and Yang Chen was in the middle. The upper one firmly hooked Yang Chen's arms and torso together, and the lower one did tightly bind Yang Chen's legs, and at the same time it was firmly tightened. At this time, the second sentence of the Grand Supreme Elder had just begun. Gong Sunling's figure flashed and disappeared in the same place, without any intention of helping. Maybe she didn't see it, maybe she didn't intend to help at all, but no matter what the situation was, it couldn't affect the caution of the Grand Supreme Elder. Even if Yang Chen now looked like his hands and feet were bound and unable to fight back, the Grand Supreme Elder still mercilessly summoned a flying sword and cut it down. At the same time, the 2 wristbands began to shrink frantically like an entangling python. During this period, the Grand Supreme Elder has been dozens of feet away, and he has no intention of getting close. What Yang Chen wants is only Yang Chen to die, and he doesn't care how he dies. The Grand Supreme Elder, who is more and more experienced with age, will never let himself take risk. Yang Chen can grow from a younger generation to this point and get such nourishment. It is by no means as simple as a 5th-grade alchemist master. This can be seen from the fact that the sect has sent masters to deal with Yang Chen several times, but all of them have failed. The Grand Supreme Elder is not afraid that Yang Chen will hurt himself. He is just afraid that he will be forced to show his true strength and attract the heavens' retribution. He still has to protect the sect for 100 years, and it is not the time to ascend. Chapter 1359. Only using the power of the Peak Deshang stage should be foolproof according to reason. However, caution is the parent of safety. The old guy has been cultivating to this point, relying on the word caution. The flying sword in the imagination of the great master was foolproof, but before it was about to cut Yang Chen's neck, there was a mistake. A hand appeared from nowhere, the 2 fingers were like picking flowers, and the flying sword was lightly pinched between the 2 fingers. It was as simple as pinching a hair. In the stunned expression of the great elder, Yang Chen's hands, which should have been firmly bound by the wristband, were raised without any hindrance and quickly pinched the flying sword. The relaxed movements and the flat expression on his face made it seem as if the powerful wristband on his body did not exist. The wristband that bound Yang Chen's hands was stretched a lot by the powerful force, and it was very funny on Yang Chen's arm. No matter how the great elder urged it, it could not change the fact that it was getting longer and longer. At this moment, the great elder looked at Yang Chen as if he was looking at a prehistoric monster. The wristband was his life source magic weapon. He could clearly feel that Yang Chen did not use spiritual power at all. He just relied on his physical strength and easily opened the life source magic weapon that he was proud of, without even a slight pause. The wristband on his legs was also pulled away with a simple leg separation movement of Yang Chen. The flying sword pinched in Yang Chen's hand had been completely out of control. Seeing that Yang Chen just pinched it casually, the flying sword that the great elder carefully collected and tempered turned into a U shape, and with another force, it completely turned into a mass of metal, and this mass of metal was being gently kneaded by Yang Chen like dough, quickly changing its shape. The broken wristband quickly deformed, like two spirit snakes, and suddenly drilled into the gap of Yang Chen's armor. Although he was surprised, the great elder had rich combat experience and would never give up because of a momentary setback, let alone retreat when he saw this scene. Yang Chen's power was amazing, which the great elder already knew from the guide who saw Yang Chen open the danger zone outside the first danger zone, so he was not surprised at all. He just didn't expect that Yang Chen's power would be so great that he could ignore his life source magic weapon. There was more than one way to kill people. In this regard, the great elder was 10,000 times stronger than those who were shocked immediately after their tricks were broken. So what if Yang Chen was powerful? So what if his protective magic weapon was strong? As long as his own life source magic weapon drilled through the loophole, wouldn't it be up to him to decide whether to kill or not? However, Yang Chen was not as passive as he was at the beginning. In his right hand, a ghost-head broadsword appeared silently. The 9 knife rings made a clattering sound, and with a breathtaking momentum, Yang Chen jumped high, crossed the distance of dozens of feet between the two with one step, and chopped down. Whoosh! The sound of the blade chopping the air also fell behind the blade. With a flash of silver light, the thing that the blade chopped was divided into 2 pieces, and quickly separated to the sides. In a flash, a figure appeared behind Yang Chen like a ghost, and punched hard at Yang Chen's back. Yang Chen's knife only chopped on a metal puppet, and the great elder's real body fell behind Yang Chen. Yang Chen did not dodge, and his figure quickly hit back. His back hit the fist of the great elder, and the residual force did not dissipate. Not only was the fist knocked back, but his whole body crashed into the arms of the great elder. Gotcha! The slight sound of bones breaking was passed to the ears of the great elder. The sound was too light, and it was likely that Yang Chen did not hear it, but the severe pain from his fist made the great elder realize that his fist had been injured. He did not expect Yang Chen to be able to take his punch without dodging. This was the strength of a master of the Peak Deshang stage. Yang Chen did not even have the power to dispel it, so he directly took it. At this point, the great elder has thoroughly understood that if he does not come up with his hidden skills, it seems that he can't do anything to Yang Chen at all. He never expected that Yang Chen would be so difficult to deal with that he could force out his true strength. I have never heard others say how powerful Yang Chen was before. Such a powerful guy, using the name of a 5th-grade alchemist master to swindle people, thinking about it made people shudder. This time, since he had already made his move, he could not let Yang Chen live no matter what. Die! The great elder screamed, no longer caring about hiding his strength to suppress the tribulation. The power of the whole body was directly raised to the highest. The entire space of the danger zone seemed to begin to tremble, and the tribulation clouds began to condense madly in the sky. The bone fracture caused by Yang Chen's collision was instantly healed under the huge spiritual power repair, and even the fist of the elder became the color of jade. Boom! The elder's attack was too fast, and a heavy blow fell on Yang Chen's body. This time, the golden bell could not completely block this powerful force, which exceeded the limit of the golden bell's attack power, and it hit Yang Chen's body solidly. The body tempered by the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, the strong muscles slammed down at the place where the fist was hit, and then rebounded. Although the power was great, it was not something that Yang Chen could not bear. This attack of the 4th-grade human immortal only made Yang Chen pause in place for a while, then Yang Chen's attack smashed down again. After such a while, the 2 soft wrist guards had given up looking for a gap in the golden bell armor, and suddenly returned to the wrists of the Great Elder, perfectly protecting the two forearms of the Great Elder. Seeing Yang Chen's knife cut down, the Great Elder did not dodge, crossed his hands and greeted the blade of Yang Chen's ghost blade. The master of the fourth grade human immortal, fully controlling his own life source magic weapon to block the knife of a peak Yuanying stage, how normal was that? Even if Yang Chen's strength was great, at most, he could only smash the body of the human immortal master to the ground a little. At that time, the hands of the human immortal master had already grabbed Yang Chen's throat with his own magic weapon and smashed his head. Even if he had to trigger the heavenly tribulation and transcend the tribulation, the great master must kill Yang Chen on the spot, and must not leave any future troubles. Everything was as expected by the Great Elder. Yang Chen's ghost blade cut on the wrist guards where the Great Elder's arms intersected. The powerful protection of the two wrist guards was directly opened to the maximum under the spiritual power of the fourth grade human immortal. The sound of the collision between the knife and the wrist guard was clearly transmitted far away. Chapter 1360. Unfortunately, the Great Elder only expected the beginning, but did not expect the end. In his imagination, the scene of his powerful life source magic weapon bouncing Yang Chen's ghost head blade, which did not seem to be very good, did not appear. Well, this kid had infinite strength and his grip was very tight. He could withstand the attack of the Peak de Shang stage and remain motionless. He could be regarded as having two skills. It was normal for the ghost blade not to be bounced off, but it was impossible to break the life source magic weapon of his own fourth grade human immortal master that had been tempered for thousands of years. However, the impossible became possible. At the moment when the blade and the wristband touched, the Great Elder instinctively felt the danger. This was an intuition brought by countless life and death experiences, and it had almost never been wrong. Almost subconsciously, the figure of the Great Elder wanted to retreat. He had already seen that Yang Chen's strength was great and his figure was huge. If he didn't rely on a legendary shuttle to run particularly fast, his own speed was not fast. With this alone, as long as the Great Elder could get out of the attack range of Yang Chen would basically not be able to attack the old man again. However, it was obviously too late when the blade had already cut the wristband. The blade of the immortal beheading blade, under the blessing of Shao Tian, cut the wristband like cutting tofu and cut into the forearm of the Great Elder. In an instant, a terrifying aura directly rushed into the body of the Great Elder from the blade. Accompanied by that aura, there was an extremely strange feeling. It seemed that he suddenly lost control of his body and couldn't help but want to do something unusual. Countless memories flashed in his mind, all kinds of unpleasant experiences clearly came to his mind, and his sea of consciousness almost began to riot directly. The most frightening thing was that Yang Chen's ghost blade also had a strong suction force, and the blood of his whole body rushed uncontrollably in the direction of the blade. At the same time, two burning hot lines quickly burned along his arms to the whole body. The Great Elder could even feel his blood boiling. Under all the pain, the two powerful and unparalleled spirit powers with an unstoppable momentum rushed straight into the meridians of the whole body. Wherever it passed, the spirit power of the Great Elder seemed to have encountered an invincible army. It only resisted symbolically and was shattered by the two spirit powers, and could no longer stop the advancement of the spirit power. The backlash brought about by the destruction of his life source magic weapon made the cultivation of the Great Elder drop by a small realm in an instant. A mouthful of red blood just surged to his throat, but it was attracted by the suction from the blade and was pressed back into his abdomen. This time, the Great Elder almost fainted directly. At the critical moment, the Great Elder still barely controlled his mind and did not fall into a state of absent-mindedness, but all kinds of illusions had begun to emerge wildly, eroding his only sober consciousness. At this time, he did not dare to have any thoughts of hiding. He tried his best to break free from the powerful suction, resisted the complex pain, and made a final struggle. At this moment, there was only one word left in the mind of the Great Elder: retreat. Even if he doesn't care about his life source magic weapon, he must retreat without a pair of forearms. Only by retreating could he keep his life. As long as his life was still there was still a chance to make a comeback. The experienced Great Elder was very clear about his current situation. Yang Chen's immortal beheading blade was really strange, and he couldn't even bear a knife. But now it was not completely impossible. As long as he could escape from this blow, as long as he was given a dozen breaths of time, there was still hope for everything. The tribulation clouds in the sky were about to gather, and the place where the two were located was dark. The Great Elder gambled on the arrival of the tribulation. Yang Chen's magic weapon was powerful, but he was only a junior in the peak Yuanying stage. In the face of the terrifying wind tribulation, it was impossible to keep his life. At this time, even if Yang Chen escaped at the fastest speed, it was impossible to escape the range of the wind tribulation. The wind tribulation caused by the strength of the fourth-grade human immortal, even the masters of the peak Deshang stage did not dare to watch the ceremony easily, let alone almost standing in the center of the tribulation. As long as he could get out of the attack range of Yang Chen, everything could get back on track. The ideal was very full, but the reality was very skinny. When the Great Elder wanted to retreat, he suddenly found that his body had lost control. He couldn't command a muscle, and his whole body was paralyzed, but he couldn't think of when this happened. The Great Elder could only watch his arm turn black when the immortal beheading blade was only halfway through. Then the immortal beheading blade was like a hot knife through butter. Without any pause, it directly cut his arms and his two life source magic weapon wrist guards into several pieces. Next, the blade momentum did not dissipate. The blade of the immortal beheading blade shone with a cold light and arrived between his eyebrows. All of this, as if in slow motion, happened clearly in front of the Great Elder. Yang Chen's movements were very fast, but every step could be seen clearly by the Great Elder, or felt clearly. A few breaths before the wind tribulation of the Great Elder came, Yang Chen's immortal beheading blade cut the Great Elder into two pieces. Without the control of the master of the fourth-grade human immortal, the blood in the body of the Great Elder was sucked clean in an instant, and the two pieces of the corpse became a dry corpse before it fell to the ground. The tribulation cloud in the sky suddenly lost its target, no longer gathered, and began to dissipate slowly. It left as quickly as it came, disappearing without a trace in a short while. There were only two pieces of the Great Elder's dry corpse on the ground, and the traces of the battle left by the two people. Yang Chen didn't look at the corpse on the ground. He just raised his hand and put the immortal beheading blade in front of him. The immortal beheading blade, which had drunk the blood of the Great Elder, seemed to be a little different from before. A very good expert. Yang Chen's gaze finally stopped on the corpse for a moment, then with a wave of his hand, the cosmos bag of the Great Elder appeared in his hand. The two pieces of the corpse were sent into the burning pure true fire by Yang Chen with a wave of his hand, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into ashes, leaving no trace. Ah Ling entertained those few experts well, and asked them about the recent movements of the Taishanmen. After shouting at the void, Yang Chen put away the immortal beheading blade, and began to look at the cosmos bag in his hand. Gong Xuanling's figure appeared beside Yang Chen out of thin air, and she sweetly agreed. According to Yang Chen's instructions, she carefully interrogated Ming Guangruo and the others. Poor guys. They had entered the mountain river geographical map without knowing what was going on. They would never be able to make a name for themselves. Chapter 1361. In the Great Elder's Qianquan bag, as expected, Yang Chen found two compasses. Yang Chen had seen this kind of compass a lot. The one that tracked his own whereabouts was this kind of compass made by Li Liheng. One compass was to track the whereabouts of Yang Chen himself. After trying it, Yang Chen crushed the compass. The remaining one was to track another person. Looking at the direction of the compass pointer, That person was still in the northeast. After a little thought, Yang Chen knew who this compass was tracking. He didn't expect that Li Liheng would now put his attention on Tao Junki. It must have been Li Liheng's doing when Tao Junki went back to arrange the affairs of the sect before everyone set off. With Li Liheng's cultivation of the spatial spiritual awareness cultivation method, although it had not reached the stage where he could really cross boundaries to contact the predecessors of the sect, few people in the mortal world could find the spiritual awareness imprint left by Li Liheng unintentionally. It was normal for Tao Junki not to notice it. The reason why Ming Guangruo and the others could easily enter the danger zone was not because someone took the initiative to leak the way in and out, but because these guys relied on the compass to locate the traces of Tao Junki. After Tao Junki went back and forth several times, they also knew the way in and out. This time, Ming Guangruo estimated that they were taking advantage of the fact that Tao Junki, Shi Wushuang, and the Murong sisters were gone. Several masters of the Deshang stage were not around Yang Chen. They wanted to kill Yang Chen and at the same time deal with Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, and the others. Ming Guangruo's words had already been very clear. Yang Lan said that he wanted to take care of Yang Chen's wives and concubines. This guy was so bold that he actually put his idea on Yang Chen's women. Even if there was no hatred from his previous life, he would absolutely die. From another aspect, Yang Lan, as the general manager, could directly use the Great Elder without going through the high level of the Taishanmen. This could only explain one thing, that was, Li Liheng's status in the Taishanmen was already under one person and above tens of thousands of people. It was unbreakable and indestructible. Even Yang Lan, who was a fox pretending to be a tiger, was now so powerful. Li Liheng's arrogance could be imagined. In recent decades, during several cross-boundary contact with Li Liheng, Yang Chen had discovered that Li Liheng's spiritual awareness cultivation base had skyrocketed a lot. He was in the middle Yuanying stage, but he already had the middle Deshang stage spiritual awareness cultivation base. Although the spatial spiritual awareness cultivation method could improve the spiritual awareness cultivation base, it was also on the basis of successful cultivation base. According to Yang Chen's knowledge, the spiritual awareness cultivation base of the human immortal and above could be achieved of the human immortal stage. Li Liheng's spiritual awareness cultivation base was in Yuanying stage, Jiden and Yuanying stage as Yang stage. Since it was not the improvement of spiritual awareness brought about by the spatial spiritual awareness cultivation method, then Li Liheng's abnormal spiritual awareness cultivation could only be explained by one reason, that was the Freedom Devil Heart Sutra. The seeds that had been planted back then had finally blossomed and borne fruit. It seemed that everything was going according to the script written by Yang Chen. The sect master's Devil Heart Sutra had killed his fellow Taoists, and the Qian Kuan Wuji spirit suppressing formation had absorbed spiritual power. For the time being, these had not erupted yet. When Yang Lan, the key figure, used the special formation I, when all of this was exposed, it was unknown how the Taishanmen would explain it, and how the cultivators of the world would view the Taishanmen, the number one Tao sect. Gong Sunling soon appeared in front of Yang Chen again. It would take a long time for the masters of the Deshang stage, who had just been collected, to be obedient. They probably didn't know the situation when they just went in. They were still looking forward to the appearance of the Great Elder with the head of Yang Chen. Ah Ling, you don't have to tell anyone about what just happened, Yang Chen said casually as he held Gong Sunling's slender waist and enjoyed the process of Gong Sunling tidying up his clothes. Why? Gong Sunling was a little unhappy. These people dared to have ideas about her husband. Of course, her family should go to the door to ask for justice. What did it mean to not tell others? He immediately understood and asked carefully, not even Sister Tao and the others? From the perspective of status, Gong Sunling was the official wife, and Tao Junki and the others had to call Gong Sunling sister, but from the perspective of age, Gong Sunling had to call Tao Junki and the others sister. Anyway, Yang Chen's wives and concubines all called each other sister, and others would feel strange when they heard it. Junkie is a person of the Taishanmen. If she knows, she won't be able to live well. Yang Chen nodded and explained to Gong Sunling. Anyway, he knew that Tao Junkie was loyal to him and did not betray him to the sect. There was no need to make her unhappy before she ascended. When Yang Chen entered the Languel, his plan was to let Tao Junkie ascend in the Languel and stay away from the sect to avoid trouble. It was better not to break this plan now. Gong Sunling was naturally obedient to Yang Chen and nodded. But after nodding, she still asked unwillingly, "Husband, are we just going to let it go like this? How is that possible?" Yang Chen looked down at Gong Sunling and replied with a smile, "It doesn't matter if they want to kill me, but they dared to have ideas about you. Even if they die 100 times, it won't be enough to redeem themselves. After we get out, I will help you vent your anger." Gong Sunling was very clear about Ming Guangrua's identity. She was still a little unwilling, but after hearing Yang Chen's words, she couldn't help but worry. Ming Guangrua was an elder of the Taishanmen, and the one that Yang Chen just killed was a supreme elder. Was her husband really going to cause trouble for the Taishanmen? Although she already knew that Yang Chen was unhappy with the Taishanmen, Gong Sunling had never heard Yang Chen say that he was going to cause trouble for the Taishanmen. In her mind, she was happy that Yang Chen would help them vent their anger and cause trouble for the Taishanmen, but in the next moment she was worried for Yang Chen. Her mood was very contradictory. Husband. Not knowing how to say thousands of words, Gong Sunling only called him husband and couldn't say anything else. But the worry on her face was unconcealed in front of Yang Chen. "Don't worry, Ah Ling, your husband won't hit a rock with an egg." Yang Chen smiled and comforted Gong Sunling. "When the time comes, your husband will let you watch a good show." "What good show?" Gong Sunling understood that Yang Chen was a man of his word. If he said that he wouldn't fight head-on, then he really wouldn't fight head-on against the Taishanmen. With her heart relaxed, Gong Sunling was looking forward to the good show that Yang Chen mentioned and asked curiously. A good show of the destruction of the Taishanmen. Yang Chen's understated words made Gong Sunling's heart clench again, and she almost cried out in surprise. Fortunately, she covered her mouth in time, but the shocked look on her face still put her mood naked in front of Yang Chen. Yang Chen was talking about the Taishanmen. How could Gong Sunling not be surprised? The number 1 Dao sect, the leader of the 5 major sects, had many experts. Even if Yang Chen was powerful and could kill a supreme elder, could he deal with the entire Taishanmen? Chapter 1362. The aura of the tribulation was too amazing. Tao Junkie, who had only been away for a few days, certainly found the direction of the tribulation and rushed back with Shi Wushuang. Even the Murong sisters were the same. They didn't even care about the Langya crystal ship and hurried back to the danger zone. The great elder had destroyed the corpses. Ming Guangrua and the others were imprisoned in the Mountain River geographical map by Gong Sunling. They didn't want people to know, so no one could find their whereabouts. What's going on with the aura of the tribulation? Everyone was concerned about the aura of the tribulation that appeared in the danger zone. The tribulation clouds began to condense and then dissipate. It could only explain one problem, that was, someone had triggered the tribulation, but before the tribulation began, they had already died. At that time, it was impossible to suppress the tribulation. There is a master who has been observing you for a long time and found a way to get in and out. He came in and wanted to do it, so I helped him. Yang Chen replied lightly, and then added with a smile, "Of course, Ling and I joined forces, so you don't have a share of the spoils." No one would care about the spoils. The 7 girls were just surprised that someone had observed them for a long time without letting them find out. It must be known that Tao Junkie was already a master who was close to the edge of the tribulation and ascension. Even she didn't find out what was the level of the opponent. Thinking of the sudden tribulation, although the wind tribulation did not really come, The momentum contained in the tribulation clouds was by no means an ordinary master. The ability to trigger the tribulation at any time could only explain one thing: the master of the supreme level. There was actually a master of the supreme level who entered the Languel and was killed by Yang Chun and Gong Sunling, which really made the 7 girls unable to accept it for a while. On the one hand, the strength of Yang Chun and Gong Sunling, the 2-peak Yuanying stage could actually kill a master of the supreme level. Her own husband and Gong Sunling were really unfathomable. On the other hand, everyone was guessing which sect the master of the supreme level was from. There were only a few sects with supreme elders, including the Demon Sect and the Rogue Cultivators Alliance. What kind of sect would send a Grand Supreme Elder to deal with a junior like Yang Qin? It wasn't a problem to avoid them. They had already displayed sufficient strength before. Each person plus their own peak Deshang stage monster pet was equivalent to 14 masters of the Deshang stage. 2 powerful 5 elements formations. Even the masters of the highest level had to measure whether they could resist it. It was normal to wait for them to leave. The problem was that these sect masters with supreme masters had no reason to hunt down Yang Qin. Putting everything else aside, just the demon sealing formation alone was provided by Yang Qin, not to mention the various elixirs required for breakthroughs. Which sect would have nothing better to do and send an expert to do such a thing? The only explanation was the actions of a certain expert. Perhaps he just wanted to ask for pills from Yang Qin, and his attitude was a little arrogant. In any case, her husband was still here, and the master who came in was dead. This was enough, and the other women didn't have to consider it. This incident was just a small episode. After the women understood that Yang Chun and Gong Sunling would be safe and sound together, they were no longer worried and left again to continue what they didn't finish last time. Although the cultivators had a long life, no one was willing to waste it on the dead people who had nothing to do with them. Tao Junkie still went out with Shi Wushuang, but she already had some doubts in her heart. Not doubting Yang Chun, but doubting her own sect. If you want to say that Yang Chun would be killed, the Taishamen must be the first to bear the brunt. Although the Taishamen have been maintaining a close relationship with Yang Chun in recent hundreds of years, the discord in the past was not so easy to eliminate. At least Tao Junkie knew that the sect had sent people to kill Yang Chun, and those who chased after Yang Chun were basically dead. When they returned to the sect after entering the Languel this time, many people were very concerned about the whereabouts of Yang Chun, including the sect master, several core elders, and even the young sect master Li Liheng. When she thought of the young sect master Li Liheng, Tao Junkie's heart suddenly moved. She knew the ability of her young sect master before. He was good at tracking the whereabouts of others. There were many compasses in the sect that tracked the whereabouts of Yang Chun, which came from the hands of the young sect master. This time, someone could learn the way to enter and exit the impasse by observing them go in and out. Could it be related to the young sect master? If one could know the way to enter and exit the impasse by watching others go in and out a few times, it would be too simple. This impasse had stood in the Languel for tens of thousands of years. Batches of cultivators had come in, and the total number of people was no less than 1 million, but she had never heard of anyone other than Yang Chen's family who had entered it, and there was no trace of anyone entering it. If this was the case, then it seemed that there was only one other way to find the way to enter and exit the impasse, and that was to accurately locate their location. This point the Taishamen could do, especially the young sect master Li Liheng. As long as a trace of spiritual awareness imprint was placed on any object and brought to others, he could find the most accurate location of that person without being noticed. Recalling that when she returned to the Taishamen, Li Liheng had also specially visited her, Tao Junkie couldn't help but start to explore her own body to see if anything had been tampered with. In the sect, Tao Junkie had prepared a lot of things, so she could only check them one by one. Shi Wushuang didn't know why Tao Junkie suddenly stopped, but she didn't ask much and just waited quietly. Things were turned out from Tao Junkie's Qiankuan bag, and were carefully explored by Tao Junkie with her spiritual awareness. Not only Tao Junkie herself, Tao Junkie also ordered her own iron-winged eagle to appear and explore these things together. 2 hours later, Tao Junkie had found at least 8 gifts from her own half of her belongings with spiritual awareness imprint. 2 of them obviously had the aura of the young sect Master Li Liheng. Tao Junkie's cultivation base was at the peak Deshang stage, and she had recently contacted Li Liheng, and even deliberately felt Li Liheng's cultivation base, so she would never mistake it. After discovering this, Tao Junkie's heart began to set off a storm. The problem really lay in herself, in the sect. The great elder who chased Yang Chen turned out to be sent by the Taishanmen. For a while, Tao Junkie suddenly hesitated. On one side was the sect, on the other side was her husband. How should Tao Junkie choose? Tao Junkie now couldn't figure out why the sect would kill Yang Chen. Was it because Yang Chen had killed a seemingly excellent disciple in the foundation stage before? But since they wanted to kill Yang Chen, why would the sect let her get close to Yang Chen, and even didn't care that she had sworn a heart demon oath? This life was a Yang family, death was a Yang family ghost. Chapter 1363. Tao Junkie immediately calmed down when she remembered that she had already made a great vow on her heart demon. She had already sworn on her heart demons. What else could she not choose? No matter what, she had to stand on her husband's side. Even if there was a conflict with the sect, she would have to bear the reputation of deceiving her master. After thinking it through, Tao Junkie suddenly felt relaxed. It was as if a lot of her previous frustrations had been swept away. She felt indescribably refreshed. At this moment, the spiritual energy in her body seemed to have gotten rid of some kind of restraint. It was light as a feather, as if it wanted to fly with the wind. There seemed to be a force in the sky that was attracting her, as if it wanted to bring her up to the sky. This was the sign of triggering the heavenly tribulation and ascending. Tao Junkie immediately touched the edge of the heavenly tribulation when she understood it. As long as she persevered for a little longer, she would be able to condense the heavenly tribulation and ascend. At this moment, Tao Junkie forcefully suppressed the relief in her heart. Even if she wanted to ascend, she had to do it in front of her husband. She couldn't just leave without knowing why. Shi Wushuang could clearly feel the changes in Tao Junkie. She even saw Tao Junkie almost triggering the heavenly tribulation. To be honest, Shi Wushuang was a little envious. However, this wasn't worthy of her admiration. Shi Wushuang believed in her own aptitude. As long as her cultivation level was high enough, there would be a day when she would ascend. If I want to leave, I have to do it in front of my husband. Tao Junkie didn't hide her thoughts from Shi Wushuang. She smiled and explained. Then, she continued to drag Shi Wushuang to train. Her husband said that their cultivation level was high enough, but they didn't kill enough. Tao Junkie still couldn't understand why her husband still wanted to kill. Seeing that Tao Junkie placed her husband in her heart, Shi Wushuang was a little jealous. Of course, she wouldn't show it. She only said to herself in her heart, Shi Wushuang, when you ascend, you have to let me see you ascend. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years passed. In these 5 years, the 5 Murong sisters finally succeeded in pulling the Langya crystal ship out of the Ruoshui River. After leaving the weak water, the Langya crystal ship almost flew away on its own. Fortunately, the 5 hooks were all hooked to the ship, which was why the 5 women firmly controlled it. The 5 women already have iron-winged eagle demon pets, and their flying speed is first class, even comparable to Yang Chen's shuttle. Relatively speaking, there was no need for any flying-type magic treasures for the time being. They didn't take the Langya crystal ship. Instead, they handed it over to Yang Chen for Yang Chen to distribute. Yang Chen's 7 concubines all had iron-winged flying eagles, so they didn't need to be considered. Gao Yu had a puppet refined by the second city master of the banyan tree Immortal's cave, so flying was not a problem. Gong Sunling had a ship, only Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue were left, and there was no decent flying tool. Relatively speaking, Sun Qingxue was more favored by the Blue Cloud sect, and Shi Shanshan was a bit lonely. Although the Green Jade Immortal Island has been trying its best to cultivate Shi Shanshan over the years, Sun Qingxue has a Deshang stage master. Sun Qingxue had a Xuanwu shield a long time ago, and Shi Shanshan did not have any decent magic weapon. After weighing it, Yang Chen gave the Langya crystal ship to Shi Shanshan. In these years, Tao Junqi and Shi Wushuang directly went in and out of the Langya well and made a big name for themselves. According to what Yang Chen said, they used the people who entered the Langya well as a whetstone and madly honed their combat skills. They would never let go of their opponents easily until the last moment. It seemed that the only master who entered the Langya well was the one killed by Yang Chen and Gong Sunling. Anyway, Tao Junqi and Shi Wushuang, who went out to gain experience in combat skills, did not meet them. After a few years, the masters of the Langya well all complained. They knew that the two women used them to practice, but they had to be forced to practice with them. They couldn't run away, they couldn't fight, and they couldn't fake it. Every time they fought, they did their best. Fortunately, the two women did not kill them in the end, they always stopped at the last minute, so that they could escape with their lives. But then again, Tao Junqi and Shi Wushuang honed their combat skills, and so did the masters of the Langya well. How could the experience of fighting with a master like Tao Junqi be so easy to get? Later, everyone also had a tacit understanding. As long as the two women came to challenge them, they would also go all out to fight and improve each other. In the past 5 years, Tao Junqi basically didn't kill many people except for killing dozens of guys who didn't have eyes and bad mouth, but she gained a lot of experience in fighting with all kinds of masters. Especially in dealing with group battles, she had more experience, because in the later stage, those masters had to unite more than a dozen to barely fight with Tao Junqi. Gao Yu Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue finished their seclusion and easily entered the peak of the Yuanying stage. They were only a few years behind Yang Chen. Tao Junqi cleaned up the fire field of the pure Yin True Fire faster and faster. With the increase of her cultivation, the speed of refining the fourth fire Divine Thunder was also getting faster and faster. It seemed that in a few days the last small fire field could be cleared. Under the efforts of Yang Chen to dig the yellow spring jade, the mineral vein was exhausted and no more pieces could be dug out. This time, Yang Chen dug for more than 10 years and obtained almost thousands of pieces of the best quality yellow spring jade. According to Yang Chen's estimation, at least enough divine perching jade could be refined for 500 or 600 people. All the yellow spring jade were in Yang Chen's merit ring, sealed with wax and carefully preserved. At this time, Yang Chen did not have the conditions to refine the divine perching jade. The women disliked the smell of the yellow spring jade and refused to take it. He believed that when they reached the spiritual world, these yellow spring jade would definitely give the women a big surprise. Junqi, after refining the last fourth fire Divine Thunder, let's ascend. Of course, Yang Chen could see Tao Junqi's state. After the family was all awake and reunited again, Yang Chen said this to Tao Junqi: "Go up early and settle our home." In fact, it was not only Yang Chen who could see Tao Junqi's state, all the women could see it. Intentionally or unintentionally, everyone was letting Tao Junqi get along with Yang Chen more. Even in the last few years, Tao Junqi was the only one who slept with Yang Chen and enjoyed the nourishment of her husband. Now it was finally time to say goodbye. "I will make our home safe and sound, husband." Tao Junqi nodded very solemnly, looked around at the women, and finally cast her eyes on Yang Chen. "After you ascend, go to the Yang family manor." Tao Junqi said the 4 words of the Yang family manor. Chapter 1364. After the last realization, without the burden of the heart, Tao Junqi could be said to be able to attract the tribulation and ascend at any time. The reason why it was delayed until now, in addition to spending more time with Yang Chun, Tao Junki had more experience. There was another reason. Tao Junki was not the only one who ascended together with Tao Junki. The iron-winged eagle demon pet had long been at the peak Deshang stage. As long as the master ascended, it would participate in the tribulation at any time. There were also 12 Penglai divine wood monsters. The Penglai divine wood monsters could be said to have the purest first wood attribute physique in the world. It was not enough to describe the first wood spirit root full value. Yang Chen, Sun Qingxue, Murong Nan, these geniuses with the first wood attribute innate and acquired spirit root full value, compared to the cultivation talent of the Penglai divine wood monsters in the first wood attribute, could be described as stupid. Yang Chen's foundation stage time was 10 years, and the Jedon stage time was about 80 years. Of course, this was considering the reason for consolidating the cultivation base. However, the Penglai divine wood monsters had the cultivation base of the middle stage of the foundation stage, and the Jedon stage only took 10 years. In the hundreds of thousands of years before the birth of the spiritual wisdom, they had already had enough accumulation, and the cultivation base was simply smooth sailing. Even so, Yang Chun still forced the Penglai divine wood monsters to suppress their cultivation base, so that the realm would not be too fast and not stable enough. The Penglai divine wood monsters in the peak Jedon stage had suppressed dozens of heavenly tribulations. After entering the Yuanying stage, the Penglai divine wood monsters who cultivated the transformation secret art, the clone secret art and the first wood true secret art of Yang Chen had already reached the peak Yuanying stage or even beyond. Over the years, almost every year, a group of Penglai divine wood monsters would forcibly suppress their own cultivation base to avoid the Yin fire tribulation. If you count it carefully, they have suppressed hundreds of Yin fire tribulation, and their accumulation was deep enough to make people jealous. There was no way, for others, a large number of first wood spiritual solution was a deadly thing, but for the Penglai divine wood monsters, it was a nourishing product that could be drunk as water. Every drop of first wood spiritual solution could directly enhance the cultivation base of the Penglai divine wood monsters. One must know that this was direct absorption, and there was no need to go through the refining and condensing process. The efficiency was ridiculously high. When Tao Junki ascended, she could put the Penglai divine wood monster in the former Zhao family manor, which was now the Yang family manor. Wasn't there a saying, when a man achieves the Tao, his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven? This was another way to ascend. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, most people would not be willing to use such a method. After ascending to the spirit realm like that, his status was surprisingly low. He was even worse than Mu Mingyuan, who had ascended without a strong mental state. It could be said that he was directly at the bottom of the spirit realm. Unless he had some heaven-defying luck, he could only live like this for the rest of his life. The Penglai divine wood demons were such powerful helpers, and Yang Chun certainly would not waste their qualifications. Tao Junki ascended, so they naturally had to ascend at the same time. In front of Yang Chen's family, under the double protection of Yang Chen's Golden Bell and Gong Suanling's Mountain River geographical map, all the Penglai divine wood monsters triggered the Yin fire tribulation at the same time. For a time, the entire secret plane seemed to be in the scope of the Yin fire tribulation. With so many Yin fire tribulations superimposed, it was not comparable to a single Yin fire tribulation at all, and even the superimposed power far exceeded the single Yin fire tribulation by 24 times. It was a geometric increase, and the power of the tribulation directly burned the entire dangerous space into a large piece of complete glass. Looking at the terrifying power of the Yin fire tribulation, even Tao Junki, Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters, who had already crossed the tribulation, all had a pale face. If the Yin fire tribulation they had to cross was like this, they would have died many times and their bones would not be left. On the contrary, Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue, who were about to cross the fire tribulation, were not too surprised. Instead, they were concentrating on observing and feeling the power of the fire tribulation. Their faces were full of expectations, which made Tao Junkie and the 7 girls feel a little ashamed in their eyes. Everyone understood that the 4 women were by no means ignorant and fearless. Because they had not experienced it, they could not see the fire tribulation, but they had strong confidence in their own tribulations. From this point of view, Tao Junkie and the 7 girls may have fallen behind Gao Yu and the others at this starting point. If they did not practice hard in the future, they would definitely be caught up by the 4 women. 24 Penglai Divine Wood Demons were exactly a heavenly cycle stars formation. The fire tribulation that had been suppressed for hundreds of times was not a threat at all in front of the Penglai Divine Wood Demons. Instead, it was a new challenge which made them more and more vigorous. The process of working together to resist the tribulation was also the process of practicing cooperation between the Penglai Divine Wood Demons. The fire tribulation was produced from the body and burned crazily. Under the strong resistance of the Penglai Divine Wood Demons, it was extinguished one by one. At the same time, the body of the Penglai Divine Wood Demons was also further tempered, becoming a more pure and impurity-free first wood. This could be said to be the largest scale of fire tribulation that the women had ever seen. The combined power was even comparable to the power of an ordinary wind tribulation. Tao Junkie and the 7 girls were shocked, but Gao Yu and the other 4 women felt relatively normal. It was not that Gao Yu's vision was high, but they had seen the situation when their husband crossed the thunder tribulation. Even the ordinary thunder tribulation could be so earth-shattering. They believed that when their husband crossed the fire tribulation, it would definitely make countless people's jaws drop. It took the Penglai Divine Wood Demons a full day to complete the entire process of the fire tribulation. This time, the duration of the tribulation was long and the power was great, and there was no other fire tribulation that could be compared. Yang Chen was also able to collect a lot of fire tribulation's aura, which was used to refine the 7 emotions pill. In the next few days, the Penglai Divine Wood monster gave the girls a big shock. They had just passed the fire tribulation. It was reasonable to say that the Penglai Divine Wood Demons, who should be in the early Deshang stage, showed a kind of monstrous cultivation speed. In less than 10 days, they had already rushed to the middle Deshang stage. The fastest cultivator in the world did not have such a terrifying cultivation speed. But these Penglai Divine Wood Demons behaved so naturally and logically. The deep foundation of hundreds of fire tribulation made them not worry about the instability of their realm, and their cultivation base went straight to the peak of the Deshang stage. Within 10 days of Tao Junkie collecting the last fire field to refine the 4th Fire Divine Thunder, the Penglai Divine Wood Demons grew to the peak of the Deshang stage. If they had not been suppressing it, they could have attracted the tribulation at any time. This time, none of the women expressed surprise. Their own husband was already monstrous enough. They didn't expect that some of the servants around him were also so monstrous. They didn't know how many of the guys who used to be called cultivation geniuses would be ashamed to see the strong performance of the Penglai Divine Wood Demons. Chapter 1365. Tao Junkie was inspired by the Penglai Divine Wood Monster's tribulation, and she became more and more high-spirited. Although there were no people from the sect around this tribulation, there was her husband, her family, and her sisters, which was enough. Just when Tao Junkie was ready for everything and was only waiting to attract the tribulation, Yang Chen called Tao Junkie to the side alone. The women knew that Yang Chen must have something to say to Tao Junkie, and Tao Junkie must be reluctant to part with her husband, so they did not come forward to disturb them and left the time for the two. At this moment, Tao Junkie did not have the demeanor of a master of the Deshang stage who was about to ascend. She was simply a young woman who enjoyed her husband's love. Her face was full of the aftertaste of orgasm, her body was naked, but she couldn't care about anything else. She leaned lazily in Yang Chen's arms, as if she wanted to squeeze herself into Yang Chen's body. For a long time, Yang Chen and Tao Junqi did not say a word, they just maintained this posture, almost motionless. The only thing that moved was Yang Chen's strange hands, which slowly wandered around Tao Junqi's delicate skin. "Junqi, take this." Yang Chen handed a piece of jade slip to Tao Junqi, and Tao Junqi obediently took it. She casually explored it with her spiritual awareness, and her face suddenly showed a look of surprise. In the jade slip, there was a simple map. Yang Chen marked some things on it, but it was the terrain of the spiritual world and the distribution of the sect. At the same time, there were the positions of several heavenly caves, as well as the locations of some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. In addition, there were some things that Tao Junqi should pay attention to after her ascension and things to do. For example, go to the sect first, then collect a heavenly cave, refine it with the Yang family manor, and place the Yang family manor somewhere in the ocean, and so on. "Husband, how do you have this?" Tao Junqi asked with some shock. Even the Taishaman did not have much information about the spiritual realm. The consciousness avatar had only passed down a few words from the mortal world. It was already not easy for him to memorize the important information and some cultivation insight. He knew very little about the geographical distribution of the spiritual world, the immortal world, and the grotto heavens and spiritual veins. It could be said that he was completely ignorant. Yang Chen actually gave Tao Junqi such a piece of jade slip. How could Tao Junqi not be shocked? Although the map was very simple and only had a general distribution of directions, and it was drawn very hastily, how could Yang Chen know something that even the Taishaman sect didn't know? At this time, Yang Chen's well-read reputation saved him a lot of explaining. Tao Junqi asked him how he got it in surprise, but she did not intend to let Yang Chen explain in detail. Anyway, she knew that Yang Chen read a lot of books and learned a lot of things from them that others didn't know. As for the specific book and the content, there was no need for her to ask clearly. As long as Yang Chen was her husband, and this was what her husband told her for her own good, that was enough. Tao Junqi did not doubt whether these things were correct or not. Tao Junqi was indescribably touched by her husband's painstaking planning for her. After cultivating for such a long time, it was the first time that she felt this kind of care from Yang Chen. Even her own master did not care for her so meticulously. The time of parting finally came. Tao Junqi got up from Yang Chen's arms and put on a dress with the help of her husband. She immediately became the elder of the Taishaman, the all-powerful Junqi fairy. Perhaps it was the power of the Penglai Divine Wood tribe's collective tribulation a few days ago that gave Tao Junqi a challenge, or perhaps it was Yang Chen who gave Tao Junqi confidence. This time, Tao Junqi directly released her own iron-winged eagle, and at the same time ordered the 12 Penglai Divine Wood demons to follow her to attract the tribulation together. Even if the cultivators had demon pets, they would be divided into a sequence. The Black Tiger predecessor of the Beast Taming sect was an example. In the future, the Black Tiger predecessor might be able to meet his master again. It was rare in the history of cultivation for 14 cultivators to cross the tribulation at the same time. Tao Junqi's move was not to say that it would never happen again, but it must be unprecedented. Yang Chen and the women were not far from Tao Junqi's tribulation, watching quietly. The Golden Bell and the Mountain River geographical map worked together, and Yang Chen also used some secret methods to shield the tribulation attack. Coupled with the support of everyone's powerful cultivation, even if it was the wind tribulation, as long as everyone did not take the initiative to attack, they would not be attacked by the tribulation. Under the gaze of her husband and her sisters, the high-spirited Tao Junqi's clothes fluttered, like a fairy of the jade pool, calmly withstanding the silent wind in the sky. During the interval between the two wind tribulations, Fairy Junqi did not even forget to give her husband and her sisters a reassuring smile. She was calm and composed, Even if the sky fell and the earth cracked, it was nothing. Between heaven and earth, there was a beautiful picture of a fairy facing the wind. The 9 wind tribulations were passed one after another, and the clouds in the sky disappeared in a moment, as if those tribulation clouds had never appeared. After experiencing the baptism of the wind tribulation, Tao Junkie also seemed to have lost the taste of the mortal world. Between every move, there was already an immortal aura. This kind of otherworldly aura, no matter how high one's cultivation was, without going through the wind tribulation, it was impossible to have it. Tao Junkie stretched out her hand gracefully and put away the iron-winged eagle and the Penglai divine wood demon. She floated in front of Yang Chen, bowed to the women, and then said, "Husbands, sisters, Junkie is leaving, we will meet again in the spiritual world. Let's go." Yang Chen nodded heavily and said nothing more. What should be said had been said. There was no need to make a sad appearance to make Tao Junkie sad. The women also nodded at Tao Junkie, did not speak, and just watched with a smile. A pair of beautiful eyes were staring at Yang Chen. Tao Junkie's body slowly rose and flew into the sky, but her eyes were always on Yang Chen, as if to firmly embed Yang Chen's figure in her eyes. Flying in the air, Tao Junkie suddenly thought of something, waved her slender hand, and a jade pillow appeared in her hand. Immediately, Yang Chen felt that Tao Junkie's spiritual awareness shook violently on the jade pillow, and the jade pillow suddenly turned into pieces. On the jade pillow, a spiritual awareness imprint that Yang Chen was familiar with, trembled violently, and then was completely shaken away. Until this was done, Tao Junkie's figure broke through the void and disappeared into the sky. There was only the afterimage of the jade person left in the sky, but there was no aura of the person. At the same time that the jade pillow in Tao Junkie's hand was broken, the young sect master Li Liheng, who was far away in Taishanmen, was enjoying his cultivation in his own Immortal's cave magic weapon. What the Devil Heart Sutra brought to the cultivator was not only the improvement of spiritual awareness, but also great physical pleasure. Li Liheng had been addicted to it and could not extricate himself. Li Liheng, who was enjoying, suddenly made a sharp scream, held his head in his hands, and fainted in pain. Chapter 1366. From a certain time after Yang Chen earned enough profits from Taishanmen's spirit-congealing pills, Li Liheng never fainted for no reason. Everything that happened later was logical. Li Liheng and Senior Lu Fengzi communicated deeply, and his spiritual awareness cultivation base was getting stronger and stronger. It was originally a very gratifying trend, but today it has become confusing because of Li Liheng's sudden fainting. The only woman in the Immortal's cave who was not controlled, Yang Lan, saw this scene and almost lost her soul. Now it was not the time for Yang Lan and Yang Lan to attack. Li Liheng could not have an accident in any case. This was the talisman of their brother and sister, and it was also their backer. Once Li Liheng had an accident, the people around them would never have a good end. Fortunately, the other women in the Immortal's cave had lost their minds and did not know what had happened. The cauldron that was just being pampered and cultivated by Li Liheng was still entangled with Li Liheng, shamelessly twisting her naked body, and kept asking. Yang Lan didn't even dare to look at Li Liheng again. She hurriedly escaped from the Immortal's cave and found her brother Yang Lan to discuss what to do. Fortunately, now that Li Liheng was unconscious, the magic weapon of the Immortal's cave could be freely accessed by Yang Lan. Otherwise, Yang Lan really didn't know what to do. Yang Lan, who heard the news, was also shocked. His first reaction was very consistent with Yang Lan's. Li Liheng must not have an accident at this time. After all, Yang Lan was still more experienced than Yang Lan. Immediately, together with Yang Lan, they entered the magic weapon of the Immortal's cave together. They kicked the woman who was still entangled with Li Liheng and quickly moved Li Liheng out of the Immortal's cave. With the ability of Yang Lan's brother and sister, it was impossible to find the cause of Li Liheng's coma. Yang Lan made a prompt decision and put Li Liheng in a posture of suddenly vomiting blood and fainting. Seeing that there were no flaws around, he pretended to panic and began to call people around. When Li Liheng was in the sect, he had always had a few elders by his side to protect and supervise him. Later on, when Li Liheng wanted to cultivate the unrestrained Devil Heart Sutra, he didn't dare to let the elders keep an eye on him at all times. He found a reason, and the elders no longer surrounded him, allowing him to cultivate freely. This arrangement became Yang Lan and Yang Lan fishing in troubled waters. When several elders rushed over, they saw Li Liheng vomiting blood and fainting. Yang Lan knelt beside Li Liheng. While protecting Li Liheng, he quickly reporting to the elders, when the young sect master was cultivating, he suddenly vomited blood and fainted. This disciple doesn't know what happened. He didn't dare to move the young sect master. Please make a decision. Kneel to the side and await your punishment. The elder kicked Yang Lan to the corner and immediately began to explore Li Liheng's injury. In just a short while, several core elders and sect master Li had already rushed over after hearing the news. When they saw Li Liheng's appearance, they were all shocked. Yang Lan and Yang Lan didn't expect Li Liheng to have an accident. Sect Master Li and several core elders didn't want Li Liheng to have an accident more than them. The current development of Taishaman could almost be said to be on a higher level. After the demon seal formation, other sect could only slow down the supply of spiritual veins at their discretion, except for Taishaman. The universe everlasting spirit suppressing formation ensured that even if there were twice as many people, the spiritual power of Taishaman could also be supplied. This was all the credit of Yang Lan. This was not counting the guidance of countless masters, including the sect master, on cultivation. It could be said that Li Liheng had already laid the foundation for the rapid development of Taishaman for tens of thousands of years in the future. It was precisely because of this that several core high-level Taishaman didn't care about Li Liheng's usual efforts to win over a few masters of the sect. They even deliberately indulged him. Li Liheng was the young sect master, and in the future, he would be the sect master. How was it a big deal to find a few confidants for himself? But Li Liheng's coma was an absolute big deal, and no one dared to slack off. Soon, after everyone checked him, they finally came to the conclusion that Li Liheng was in a coma because of the strong shock of his spiritual awareness. As long as he took proper care of himself, he would soon recover. Of course, this was the external conclusion of everyone. The specifics still had to wait for Li Liheng to wake up and explore himself. As long as the spatial spiritual awareness cultivation method was fine, it was just a small matter. They just had to check the cause of the shock of his spiritual awareness. Li Liheng finally woke up under the treatment of a group of masters, and then immediately discovered his own situation. After so many years, Li Liheng could practice the Free Demon Heart Sutra under the eyes of so many elders and masters without being discovered by anyone. His mind could not be said to be not flexible. He remembered the situation before the coma clearly, and immediately realized that this should be Yang Lan and Yang Lan helping him cover up. Resisting the feeling of dizziness in his sea of consciousness, Li Liheng struggled to greet the elders and the sect master. He took the opportunity to give his loyal dog Yang Lan, who was kneeling in the corner waiting to be dealt with, a reassuring look. Only then did he describe to the elders the feeling of a sudden coma when he was cultivating. Hearing that Yang Lan was suddenly in a coma when he was cultivating, Sect Master Li and several elders frowned. Now Li Liheng had no way to contact Senior Lu Fengzi. It was impossible to prove whether the spatial spiritual awareness cultivation method was good or bad, but this unexplained coma was not a good sign. When everyone was discussing why Li Liheng might be in a coma, suddenly a disciple who guarded the Chuaning Hall came to report that there was a predecessor in the sect who had successfully ascended. Elder Tao Junki, who had been out for decades, suddenly flashed a ray of light, and the spiritual awareness imprint left on the Chuaning Hall disappeared without a trace. This situation was different from the breaking of the Chuan Ing Hall. If the Chuan Ing Hall was broken, it meant that the person was dead. In this case, there was only one possibility, that was, the person had successfully crossed the tribulation and ascended. It was a big event for the elders of the sect to cross the tribulation and ascend, so the disciple who guarded the Chuan Ing Hall immediately came to report to the sect master. It was originally a happy event, but because of the unexplained coma of the young sect master Li Liheng, this happy event had a trace of melancholy. Another core elder who was thinking about it also heard the news. Suddenly, his heart moved and he asked Li Liheng in a deep voice, "Liheng, did you leave a tracing mark on Elder Tao?" When the elder asked, the others reacted in a flash. If Li Liheng left a spiritual awareness imprint on Tao Junkie, then when Tao Junkie crossed the tribulation and ascended, once the magic weapon that left the imprint was used, it would inevitably cause Li Liheng's spiritual awareness imprint to be attacked by the wind tribulation. The spiritual awareness imprint and Li Liheng's sea of consciousness were connected, and Li Liheng would inevitably be indirectly injured by the wind tribulation. It is to leave one. Li Liheng did not dare to hide it at this time. He had to find a reason to avoid it. Between admitting that he left a tracing mark on Tao Junkie and cultivating the Devil Heart Sutra, he knew which to choose to let the sect master and the elders know. Chapter 1367. Tao Junkie was a Deshang stage elder of Taishanmen, and she had not been involved in the affairs of the sect for a long time. If it weren't for the fact that the sect needed to win over Yang Chen, the 5th grade alchemist master, Tao Junkie must have been in seclusion in the sect. It could be said that Elder Tao had given everything for the sect, including her own body and dignity. With her peak Deshang stage status and the seniority of the Taishanmen elders, she was forced to call Gao Yu elder sister. What kind of humiliation was that? The higher-ups were very respectful of Tao Junkie's self-sacrifice. Li Liheng actually placed a tracking imprint on Elder Tao without the consent of the higher-up. This matter was a bit too much. If other disciples knew about it, it would definitely chill the hearts of the disciples in the sect. There was another reason. Today, Li Liheng could leave a tracking mark on Elder Tao unknowingly. In the future, wouldn't Li Liheng leave a mark on them? Who would be happy to have their whereabouts in the hands of Li Liheng all the time? This disciple just wants to know the location of Yang Chen at all times. Li Liheng also knew that what he had done had angered the public, and immediately explained in a hurry. However, this explanation was really a bit weak. The spiritual awareness imprint on Yang Chen himself was not clear. If he wanted to know the location of Yang Chen, he could find it at any time with a tracking compass. Why did he have to go through Tao Junkie? In any case, this kind of act of secretly attacking one's own people was something that the higher-ups of Taishanmen must not tolerate. Even if Li Liheng had a beautiful tongue, he couldn't find a suitable reason to explain the behavior of scheming against Elder Tao. In the end, Li Liheng no longer argued and directly bowed his head to admit his mistake. He had been displeased with Yang Chen for a long time, so he made a move on Tao Junkie, who had become Yang Chen's concubine. This was his own fault. In the words of Yang Chen, every injustice had its perpetrator, every debt had its debtor. If he disliked Yang Chen, he should directly find Yang Chen to target Yang Chen, and should not vent his anger on Elder Tao Junkie. It could be said that Li Liheng had only himself to blame for being injured by the heavenly tribulation. Seeing that Li Liheng's attitude of admitting his mistake was sincere, Sect Master Li suppressed his anger and first told him to recuperate well. However, even if he could avoid death, he couldn't escape punishment. Don't think that Elder Tao's heavenly tribulation is over with just punishing Li Liheng. The sect still wants to add more punishment. In view of Li Liheng's current identity and status, coupled with the fact that he was already injured, Sect Master Li did not punish him too severely. He was only grounded for 50 years. Hearing this punishment, Li Liheng let out a long sigh of relief. He had successfully passed this hurdle. Seclusion for 50 years was better than discovering that he was cultivating the unrestrained demon heart sutra. However, after the sect master and the elders left, Li Liheng struggled to heal himself and explore, only to find that his sea of consciousness had been severely damaged, and his spiritual awareness cultivation had regressed at least 100 years. This time, Li Liheng's spiritual awareness fell from the middle Deshang stage to the early Deshang stage. This discovery made Li Liheng feel distressed to death. Was it easy for him to improve his spiritual sense cultivation? Even if the unrestrained demon heart sutra was good, it would take at least 30 or 40 years for him to make up for it. Everything was because Yang Lan said that he wanted to vent his anger for Li Liheng, so he sent the great elder and elder Ming Guangrua into the Langyue well to find trouble with Yang Chun. Thinking of this, Li Liheng couldn't help but glare at Yang Lan fiercely. This dog slave, although he covered it up well this time, if he didn't come up with this bad idea, he wouldn't have suffered this sin, he wouldn't have wasted these decades, and he wouldn't have almost exposed that he was cultivating the unrestrained demon heart sutra. Similarly, Li Liheng could avoid death for Yang Lan, but he couldn't escape punishment. Because of his bad idea, Li Liheng was injured. Yang Lan was viciously scolded by Li Liheng and was given 50 whip. Moreover, in front of Li Liheng, Yang Lan, the sister of Yang Lan, personally executed him. After the punishment, Li Liheng gave Yang Lan a reward, which was a reward for his contribution in covering up. As for the content of the reward, it was the few Yuanying stage female cultivators that he was tired of playing with in the Immortal's cave. Li Liheng, who regarded Yang Lan as a dog slave, naturally would not notice the fierce light in Yang Lan's eyes when he was whipped by his sister. Similarly, he would not find the disdain and anger in Yang Lan's heart when he casually rewarded a few female cultivators. Damn, if it weren't for the fact that you are still useful, I would have already killed you. Yang Lan thought hatefully in his heart. The female cultivators that Li Liheng enjoyed, which one of them was not hunted by Yang Lan under the command of those masters. In turn, he threw a few of them like garbage and wanted Yang Lan to be grateful. Li Liheng was definitely a rookie in the way of controlling people and the ability to see people. His sea of consciousness was damaged and his spiritual awareness cultivation base regressed. This was a big trouble for Li Liheng. Li Liheng could only let Yang Lan find more suitable cauldrons to come over. The young sect master Li Liheng had to retreat and face the wall, cultivate hard, and make up for the damaged spiritual awareness cultivation base again. However, the people below were a bit hard. From time to time, they would find some suitable Tao companions for the young sect master and bring them back for the young sect master to choose. During this period of time, the number of female cultivators in the mortal world who went out to cultivate but could not find them was increasing. Several cultivators have begun to look for some of these female cultivators. It's just that no matter what they do, they can't find the traces of those female cultivators. Even if there is a life source spirit card to find them, the result is the same. Yang Chen's family, who was in the Langyue well, did not know what happened to the Taishaman outside. Yang Chen only knew that Li Liheng would definitely suffer a lot, but the specific situation was not known. The only thing he could be sure of was that Tao Junkie, who had experienced the baptism of the wind tribulation, would not be so easy to deal with. Li Liheng was bound to suffer. This was the fairy junkie that Yang Chen admired. She would never be secretly plotted against by others and swallow her anger. Since she could make that blow, it showed that she had already thought about many things. Fairy Junkie's heart had been firmly tied to Yang Chen. Thinking of this, Yang Chen was still a little proud. After his rebirth, there were not many things that made Yang Chen feel a sense of accomplishment. Only this thing made Yang Chen full of pride. The 9 fairies who were famous in the world in the future, plus his master and senior sister, were all his women. Was there anything more that made others envious, jealous, and hateful than this? Fairy Junkie had already ascended, and the matters of the mortal world had nothing to do with her. When the next time they met, there would be no more Taishamen in the three realms, and Tao Junkie would not be in a dilemma. Next, Yang Chen should work hard to improve his cultivation base, so that when the Taishamen were destroyed, he would not have no achievements. Chapter 1368. He had reached the peak Yuanying stage, and the next step was the Deshang stage. With the current situation of Yang Chen and the four women, after the baptism of the Yin fire tribulation, their cultivation base and combat effectiveness would be completely different. The heritage of the Taishamen was too deep, and it was still not known how many masters they had hidden in the dark. Even the reborn Yang Chen could not fully know the true strength of the Taishamen. Sometimes you can't count on others. If there is hatred, there is resentment, there is resentment. Doing it yourself was the most direct way to relieve hatred. Although Yang Chen dug a huge pit for the Taishamen, sometimes he still had to do it himself. Improving their cultivation base was a top priority. Gao Yugong, Sunling, Shi Shanshan, and Sun Qingshu already had their own paths. Yang Chen did not need to interfere at all, as long as he dual cultivated with them at the right time. The Murong sisters were now busy tempering their life source magic weapon. The 5 elements hook made up for their last shortcoming. Although they lost some of their cultivation base, and even gave up their previous life source magic weapon, it was all worth it. The power of the Dragon Clan's magic weapon was enough to make up for their loss at this time. Shi Wushuang was also tempering her life source magic weapon, but she was upgrading her original flying sword. With a whole Penglai divine wood, it was enough to upgrade her life source flying sword to the top. However, compared with the old tree demon Mu Bo and other wood monsters, Shi Wushuang's efficiency in refining the Penglai divine wood was much lower. She couldn't do it at all. The old tree demon swallowed the whole Penglai divine wood in one bite and then refined it in all aspects. Shi Wushuang could only refine it section by section. Yang Chen himself had his own way to improve his cultivation base. The great Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art was already the most original cultivation method in the mortal world. There could be no more suitable cultivation method for Yang Chen than this. As long as he continued to practice step by step, with Yang Chen's qualifications, he would definitely be able to attract the Yin fire tribulation in no more than 50 years. This was the most normal method of cultivation. It was stable and wouldn't cause any problems, but Yang Chen clearly had a better and more efficient method. The Yin-Yang heaven-burning fire has integrated 2 kinds of 6th-grade fire seeds, which also makes it easier for Yang Chen to continue to integrate more 6th-grade fire seeds, and it will no longer take decades to casually integrate one. The 6th-grade fire seed was not ordinary. In his previous life, Yang Chen only integrated the true Sun Fire 5th-grade True Fire, and was able to become a great principal golden immortal. Now every time Yang Chen absorbs a 6th-grade fire seed, it can at least double his fire attribute cultivation base. Under the situation where the 5 elements were mutually reinforcing, the other spiritual powers would also increase. One must know that the tribulation that Yang Chen wanted to undergo was not just one type of spiritual power tribulation. In the past, when he condensed his core and formed his nascent soul, he would condense his core and form his nascent soul with each of the 10 spiritual essences. Only then would all of the spiritual essences increase. This time, Yang Chen did not intend to improve it separately, but with the help of the 6th-grade fire seed, it would improve evenly. What kind of situation would the great Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art face the tribulation at the same time? Yang Chen was now very much looking forward to it. He believed that the scene at that time would not be smaller than the scene of the Penglai divine wood demon facing the tribulation at the same time. Just before Yang Chen began to absorb the 3rd kind of 6th-grade fire seed, Gong Sunling brought good news. After being received into the Mountain River geographical map for 5 years, Ming Guangruo and the masters of the Taishamen finally opened their mouth. No matter how strong the master was, as long as they were received into the Mountain River geographical map, they would slowly get lost in the Mountain River geographical array, and finally become a loyal subordinate of Gong Sunling. Ming Guangrua was now in such a situation, almost answering every question. The movements of the Taishaman when Yang Chen and his family entered the Languel, Elder Ming, who had been in charge of the welcoming array, still knew a lot. Speaking of it, Ming Guangrua was also a number one figure in the Taishaman, but the last time, because of the problem with the welcoming array, coupled with the fact that the real culprit had not been found, Ming Guangrua slowly lost some power in the eyes of the Taishaman. In particular, Ming Guangrua was not able to track down the real culprit in the later stage, but his own flying sword was also robbed. He also caused the 14 Yuanying stage masters of the Taishaman, including the Foreign Affairs Hall Master Mao Qi, to lose their flying sword at the same time. The high-level leaders of the Taishaman had some opinions about Ming Guangrua, and his status was not as good as before. Fortunately, Ming Guangrua was smart. After discovering that the young sect master Li Liheng had a promising future, he promptly went to the young sect master, hugged the thigh of the young sect master, and became a loyal lackey of the young sect master. This made Ming Guangrua's status in the sect rise. Not only did he no longer have bad luck, but he even improved compared to the original. Between the ups and downs, it also made Ming Guangrua, the elder of the Deshang stage, see a lot of things, and he became more loyal to the young sect master. Over the years, in addition to retempering his own flying sword, Ming Guangrua ran errands for the young sect master. Because of Li Liheng's guidance, Ming Guangrua got more resources to reforge his own flying sword. He was grateful and did his best for the young sect master. Elder Ming alone once personally went out to find more than a dozen suitable dual cultivation cauldrons for the young sect master. Among them, there was no lack of famous cultivators. Everything was kept secret and not discovered by outsiders. After capturing the other party, he quickly brought them back to the Taishaman, and there was not a single mistake. Of course, Ming Guangrua did not know that this was for Li Liheng to find. In Elder Ming's description, it was the young sect master who ordered him to find some female cultivators with good qualifications to find dual cultivation Dao companions for the sect master and several core members. It was said that the cultivation base of sect Master Li and several core members was related to these dual cultivation Dao companions. Ming Guangrua was not very clear about the other elders, but sect Master Li had personally told these elders that he needed a genius female cultivator with a maxed-out water spiritual root to cultivate together with him. Only then would he be able to improve his cultivation. Sect Master Li already had a target in his heart, which was the wife and master of the Chunyang Palace alchemy master Yang Chen, Gao Yu. As soon as he heard that sect Master Li of the Taishaman actually had an idea about his own master, Yang Chen was filled with anger. The reason why his master committed suicide in his previous life was because she didn't want to be the dual cultivation Dao companion of the Taishaman sect master and didn't want to be her cauldron. Unexpectedly, in this life, this guy still extended his evil hand to his master. If this could be tolerated, what couldn't be tolerated? Yang Chen's woman had always been Yang Chen's reverse scale, and his master, Gao Yu, was even more so the reverse scale of his reverse scale. Not to mention easily touching her, even if he had a crooked idea, it was not allowed. The sect master of the Taishaman actually dared to blaspheme his own master in his heart, which had already determined his end. This person was dead for sure, even if there was a great principal golden immortal descending to the mortal world, he wouldn't be able to save his life. Just as Yang Chen made this oath in his heart, Gong Sunling, who was next to him, couldn't even bear the sudden eruption of anger from Yang Chen. Chapter 1369. Gong Sunling couldn't understand. Taishaman was the number one sect in the Dao sect. They had always been the leader of the Dao sect. How could the sect master and the core elders use this method to find a Dao companion? With their identity, they could casually stretch out their hands in the sect. She believed that there would be a lot of female cultivators willing to be their cauldrons, right? Even if they didn't want to drag down their own disciples, as long as the news spread out, she believed that there would be countless rogue cultivators rushing over like moths to a flame. There was no need to be so sneaky. Yang Chen secretly sneered in his heart. Li Liheng had already become a devil. In order to improve his cultivation base, he was desperate. Ming Guangruo himself had captured more than a dozen female cultivators, and this didn't include the Deshang stage masters that he and others had captured. In addition, Ming Guangruo had acted alone. Could it be that the other masters who had also joined Li Liheng had not acted alone? For a period of time, Yang Chen didn't pay attention to the missing female cultivators, but he had arranged for people from the Wine Immortal house to investigate at the right time. Of course, this was in the next few decades. It wasn't the right time yet, and the ferment of the matter hadn't reached the most suitable time. Yang Chen didn't let go of Yang Lan's actions and inquired very carefully. In Ming Guangruo's mouth, Yang Lan was already the general manager of the young sect master. He could ask about all the big and small matters. The young sect master had a lot of trust in General Manager Yang. Of course, this was because Yang Lan's sister, Yang Lan, was the most favored concubine of the young sect master. Although he despised Yang Lan, who didn't have the real ability to rely on his sister to be favored, Yang Lan was really a close minister of the young sect master. Ming Guangruo also had to give Yang Lan a lot of faith. In fact, the young sect master had been unusually diligent in the past 100 years. He often went into seclusion and couldn't be seen. The vast majority of the young sect master's instructions were conveyed by the young sect master through General Manager Yang. Hearing this, Yang Chen couldn't help but secretly nod in his heart. This was the scheming Yang Lan in his impression. In his previous life, Yang Lan was also favored in front of Li Liheng, but after getting the 10,000 years red fruit, he didn't hesitate to ruthlessly kill his backer. It was estimated that he did a lot of things behind Li Liheng's back. In this life, it was the same. Yang Chen didn't believe that those so-called orders of Li Liheng really came from Li Liheng's mouth. Just like this time, he sent a great master into the Languel to chase Yang Chen. It seems that Yang Chen has not made Li Liheng hate him to this point, right? There was no other possibility that Yang Chen could be so eager to put Yang Chen to death, except for the general manager raised by Yang Shi. Good. Yang Chen exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, Yang Shi did a good job. If there was no Yang Lan, it would not be so easy for the greatest heaven sect to make them angry in the future. If Li Liheng didn't have an accident, he would still die in the hands of Yang Lan in this life. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that he was a fox pretending to be a tiger. Once Li Liheng knew about it, it would be the end of eternal damnation. Only when Li Liheng died could Yang Lan live. Yang Chen has now begun to look forward to Yang Lan's next move. Although Yang Chen and Yang Lan had not colluded at all, Yang Lan's cooperation was so beautiful that it really deserved Yang Chen's evaluation of a good word. Even Yang Lan cooperated so well. If Yang Chen slacked off again, it wouldn't be justified in any case. At the moment, Yang Chen told Gong Sunling to keep her mouth shut. Don't tell these things to other sisters, especially Gao Yu. Yang Chen didn't want Gao Yu to have any worries. One kind of 6th grade fire seed, 2 kinds of 6th grade fire seeds, 3 kinds, 4 kinds. Time passed quietly in Yang Chen's absorption of the 6th grade fire seeds and the women's respective cultivation. In a blink of an eye, 50 years had passed. In 50 years, the Murong sisters have completed the tempering of their life source magic weapons. The tempering of the masters of the Deshang stage and the tempering of the foundation stage were 2 completely different concepts. In terms of time alone, it could save more than half. The 5-element hook refined by the masters of the Dragon Clan has been thoroughly integrated into the bodies and minds of the 5 women. The balanced power of the 5 elements made them get twice the result with half the effort when forming the 5-element formation. 50 years of successful tempering has allowed them to completely make up for the previous loss of time and cultivation base, and return to the peak of that year. Shi Wushuang also completed the process of absorbing and refining the Penglai divine wood. Under the diligent practice, her cultivation base improved in a straight line. With the help of the life source flying sword, the qi and blood pill, the heart-refining pill and the combined effect of the 9 secluded flying sword, Shi Wushuang successfully broke through the calm of the early Deshang stage and entered the middle Deshang stage. Gong Sunling had long been able to cross her tribulation at any time. Under the instructions of Yang Chen, after continuously suppressing the Yin fire tribulation for more than a dozen times, she finally no longer continued to suppress her cultivation base, triggered the Yin fire tribulation and successfully crossed her tribulation into the Deshang stage. After the baptism of the Yin fire tribulation, the spiritual power provided by those masters became more and more condensed, so that Gong Suanling's cultivation base became increasingly pure. Not only that, but the mountain river geographical map also had another wonderful use. The original mountain river geographical map could only be used to trap the enemy and protect the owner, but now it has added a powerful and unparalleled attack method. At any time, Gong Sunling could release a mountain or a lake at will to attack the enemy. When any cultivator faced the real Mount Tai attack launched by Gong Sunling, there were not many who could deal with it easily. Of course, Yang Chen's monstrous power was an exception. Limited by the cultivation base, it could only be ordinary mountains and lake. However, with the improvement of Gong Suanling's cultivation base, the mountains could become mountains and the lakes could become rivers and seas. At that time, it would be the real mountain river geographical attack. Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue also successfully crossed their tribulation into the Deshang stage. They still followed the direction of cultivation arranged by Yang Chen before, one refining the supreme pure Yang sword qi and the other refining the ultimate demonized vine plant. Up to now, the two women had only completed less than half of the refining work. They believed that they would continue this process until they crossed their tribulation and ascended, even in the spiritual world. Every time Yang Chen absorbed a 6th grade fire seed, his fire attribute spirit power would improve once. But Yang Chen always quickly urged the great Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art every time, and the 5 elements were mutually reinforcing, and the other attributes of spirit power were relatively balanced. Now it takes about 10 years to absorb a 6th grade fire seed. In 50 years, Yang Chen absorbed 5 6th grade fire seeds, and the great Yin and Yang 5 elements spirit power was finally raised to the edge of crossing their tribulation into the Deshang stage, waiting for Yang Chen to trigger the Yin fire tribulation at any time and anywhere. However, Yang Chen was not too anxious. 5 6th grade fire seeds, 3 3rd fires and 2 4th fires, relatively speaking, Yin and Yang were unbalanced. The influence of the 6th grade fire seed was extraordinary, and Yang Chen must absorb at least one more 6th grade fire seed to trigger the tribulation. In particular, Yang Chen had a plan. He intended to use the Yin fire tribulation to accelerate the process of refining the core of the demon continent. This required a more stable arrangement.